that's localized in a way. And again, this is really where it gets very vague. It's that awareness. It's our biggest part of who we are, which has not been open to our awareness for most of our lives. We just think we're this, 6 foot, male or female or what have you. But here in that moment, what we experience is our essence. Use the word soul. That's a good word. And it's non-physical. It's non-physical. It's just this bigness, this vastness. And what that does is very practical. We come out refreshed. We come out energized. We come out more creative. I know I've so many creative ideas come as a result of this. I know when the Beatles were studying with the guru I studied with, they wrote so many songs as a result of all that. It's a vast reserve and inspiration, as well as a sense of peace. So you come out feeling refreshed, energized, more peaceful and calmer.
Okay. Now, you gave out your email before, but people can just go to carriebayer.com. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, they can. That's exactly right. And there's on the toolbar on the top, there's a place for meditation. They can open that up and read about the meditation that I teach. They could read a bio of myself as well. And
again, you have a class coming up when?
This Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern. It's on Zoom, and I even have the ID information I could present if you'd like.
No, I think that's too for the moment for people just trying to hear.
Yeah, they can call me.
Carriebayer.com is probably the easiest way for them to connect with you, and that's Carrie, C-A-R-Y, Bayer, B-A-Y-E-R.com. And you said you have the information on the top. They can click in respect to meditation. And I'd love to share as well, you have a multitude of books out, and we talk a little bit about creativity and the fact that you go into that beautiful state of consciousness and you come out with more awareness. I think as well, you come out with more confidence when you meditate like this on a consistent basis. And so those ideas that someone has had in their back of their consciousness all of a sudden is in the forefront. And I think to have an awareness of that. It's, again, not just peace. It is not just aware. It is motivating. It is an acuteness that we don't typically have in our waking state, except for the occasion when someone is in flow state. And that would be that person who, let's say, is climbing a rock, or someone who is doing something like jumping out of a plane. There is a difference in consciousness in that moment. And the meditation that you're facilitating shows them how to connect with that. It's a higher aspect of themselves and their, I'm going to say, highest potential as well. Yes?
Yes, but I want to make sure that people understand that to learn the meditation I teach, they don't have to jump out of a plane.
Oh, but I enjoy jumping out of a plane.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. But what will happen is that in time, their consciousness will rise to a higher plane.
So they don't need to jump out of a plane then, because they can just be there.
That's right. Why jump out of a plane when you can be a higher plane?
Or as my mother would say, why do you have to jump out of a perfectly safe plane? But that's for another time.
Okay.
I want to give out your web address again. It's Carrie Bayer, and that's CarrieBayer.com. Carrie, how many books have you written up to this point?
25, actually. I've written 18 books about personal growth and 7 humor books, because one of the things that meditation does is help bring out more. And it's interesting, as you become more of that universal part of yourself, it also allows you to become more of your individual nature. And I was very blessed to be given, as all of us have been, a sense of humor. And it's one of the principal ways that I interact in the world. So that has gotten much sharper over the years through meditation.
And folks, when they go on your website, they have access to your books as well, correct?
Yeah, in fact, that's right. I have a book called Higher Self Meditations, which goes into everything we've been talking about and more, except the jumping out of the airplane part.
That's my thing. I and all. I have to be flying around. All right. So in 60 seconds or less, what is one thing you really want everybody to know?
That meditation can be easy, that you're using about 1/10 of your potential. The meditation that I teach will allow you in a natural way to awaken more of that potential. You don't have to wait weeks and months to have experience with it. You will have experience with it in the first 15 seconds, and your life will become increasingly enriched.
All right. Perfect. I'm so glad that you could join me this evening again. It's always such a pleasure. And I know we have to connect otherwise, so I'll give you a holler later. See, we really are friends, folks. Okay. Reach out to Carrie. And if you're thinking, oh, but I missed the email, just remember it, Carrie Bayer, CarryBayer.com. And you can get all of his information there. And as for myself, HalleyElise.com. That's HalleyElise.com. Again, Carrie, thanks so much for being on. It's always a pleasure to have you on air, and I'm sure everybody is excited to learn how to do meditation that's easy. Good night, all.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi, it's Eleanor here. Welcome to my Psychic Destiny show. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck.tv, and also to my website, gracedestiny.com. I'm in London, and I'm broadcasting out to USA, Canada, Australia, and across Europe as well, and of course the UK. So do send in your requests, and it will be a pleasure for me to respond to your messages and see if we can get some psychic guidance for you here today. It's a very important time at the moment. We're just going into our autumn here in the UK, the fall in the US. And this is a time of year where we do reflect back. We want to have a look at what we've achieved so far in the year. And we want to see if we've got to change anything, move in another direction, get ready really for the new year to come. So this is a very significant turn of events towards the middle of October, and also towards Halloween, 31st of October. And we're getting there, aren't we? We're moving into this time where we're wanting to have some sort of gratification. Now, I've got the Ace of Pentacles here, which is a card that I've drawn for everybody. This is one of my teaching cards in a tarot, so it's nice and large for you to be able to see. And the Ace of Pentacles is a point in destiny. It's a time that you can't really miss. And this is a moment where you do have to really reflect back and decide, well, what is it that I want in my future, in my prosperity? Where do I go to? How can I effect a change? Well, cosmic ordering is one of those ways that you can set your intentions and then make a plan, set a goal, follow it, and see exactly where your wishes may lead. And that's an important step that we can manage ourselves, rather than just waiting for life to happen to us. It's about us taking control, initiating responses from other people, making things happen, and getting on with it and really being proactive. And that's what I feel is the energy that's in the air at the moment with the Ace of Pentacles. Of course, it is about prosperity, and prosperity does come in several ways. It's not just about money or resources or assets. It's about our general wealth and well-being, where we are going really to find some sort of resolution as well to our progress. So your career could very well come under the spotlight, particularly this week, where we have the moon in Aries on Thursday. So this is a time for new beginnings. Abundance is there for some of the star signs, and abundance in negotiations particularly. So if you've got something on your mind, a place where you want to be, maybe you want to move home or get a new job, or really relinquish those elements that hold you back, those restrictions, this is the time to do it. This is the week to do it with the Ace of Pentacles that I have drawn for you all. Of course, life just wouldn't be the same in my readings without a quick look at the crystal ball. And that's what I'm going to be doing just now, because this is a very heavy crystal. This is the rose quartz crystal. And I'm illuminating this for you so that you can really see how much it shines. And you can see the color. Can you see that lovely blush pink color that is there? And I'm looking into the crystal. And we've got Kimberly. Hello there, Kimberly, in Truman. Cancer. Hello. Hi there. Welcome to the show, Kimberly. I've just literally picked up the rose quartz crystal ball. This is a very large crystal ball that I use in readings, which is going to bring in love relationships and any aspect around you that is romantic. It's about reconnecting with loved ones. And that's not just here on the earth plane, but very possibly those loved ones who are passed over, those individuals who have meant so much to you in your lifetime. And this, I think, is a true means of connection, particularly for you. There is a lady in spirit around you. She's been trying to get hold of you for a while here. And I don't feel as though she's managed it. I think you've attempted to get a hold of her as well. Now, there's another lady as well that's joining her, and another one after that. So you've got 3 ladies that I can see here in your crystal ball. This is a blush pink. So this is about those connections that are solid. This is not the passion of the red or the bright fuchsia pink of romance and daring. This is about established love and love from the heart. Has your mother passed over? Can I ask you?
No, not my mother.
Still here, is she?
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
My grandmother.
Yeah, it will be on you. Is that on your mother's side, though? Because this is a maternal link that I have here. So it wouldn't be an in-law. It would have to be your mother's mother. So she will be, I think, bringing some new opportunities to you. And you need them, don't you? I feel that you've been wanting to have such a chance for a long time now. And this is a breakthrough for you. I think that you'll change everything in the next couple of months. And you're being given the green light for go here. So it's absolutely possible for you to do that. I can see animals as well around you. Do you have pets yourself? Who is that? Who has the animals?
No.
Is that your neighbor? There's somebody here with animals. Perhaps it was your grandmother, I don't know, but I've certainly got little small animals that are here, but they're pets. They are not intruders at all. So if they are not in your home or around your home, then this will indicate that you have many friends who are in spirit, because small animals, any animals that come in from spirit here are friends. They're representative of friends of yours. Did you lose a few people at the same time? Can I ask you that? Because there just seems to be a crowd that's gathering, and I have 3 ladies all together. One will be your grandmother, but the other 2 do seem to be younger than that and want to reach out to you. So they are not necessarily family members or direct family members, but certainly they are here wishing you well and wanting to make you aware that it is a lot easier than you think to reconcile differences with other people. Does that make sense to you? Do you have a son as well? I've got a son here around you. Communication from him too, which does seem to be maybe a little stinted, a little awkward. And here you are, you're the Queen of Cups here, right in the center of your reading, actually being very receptive, really quite intuitive yourself, very interested in everything that is psychic and everything that's expansive. I think you want to learn quite a lot about this side of life and how you yourself can make those connections. Oh, candles around you. This is something that you may have. Do you like candles in your home? Is that something that you do?
Yeah, I do sometimes. And I have lost a lot of people at the same time.
You have? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It just seems that there was a rush of soul lights in spirit that's coming forward straight away, wanting to greet you, actually. I don't feel that you need any particular encouragement as such. This is not about, those souls in spirit coming in to say, oh, look, everything's going to be okay. That is not what they're here. They're really here to make that connection with you and to say hi and to say, look, I'm around you, and we will make sure that the path going forward is a lot easier than what it has been already. And I think that there have been some burdens that you've had to overcome that have been really quite difficult for you, particularly your own health. I don't feel that has been brilliant either. So do you suffer at all from anxiety, anxious feelings or worries? Loads and loads of it, the stress in your mind. Is that you or your son? Do you have a son?
I do have a son. I have 2 sons, and one of them, he's very angry.
Yeah, that's what I was feeling. I don't know whether you're angry with him or he's just angry with you.
He's just angry, period.
Is he? Well, you're a mum and you're a great mum. You're not going to be overly angry towards him. You'll be more protective than anything else. And your two boys are lovely. I mean, they are actually here. We've got the Page of Swords and the Knight of Swords. The two of them are in your reading, in your cards. One being younger than the other, that's normal. However, both of them in the same suit, which means that both of them are really great at communicating and I think being able to deal with life, deal with life going forward and handle it as well as you would expect them to. I think you've raised them very well. And this is showing now in this next phase for you because you are being told and granted here the card of the High Priestess. Now, the High Priestess, really, you've gone through a lot of times of trouble, a lot of karma. That's what we use the High Priestess for. And this is a card that just says to you, look, it's okay. You've done everything that you can. And now I want you to take a little bit of time for yourself. And this is where the spirits are gathering around you to make that possible. It's elevating your soul as well. So you are going to be receiving abundance. Now, this abundance will be in terms of any dreams that you have, any messages that are going to come through. These are from those loved ones that have passed. And it is from this group sense that, yes, you've lost a lot of people and they're coming back to you and saying, okay, we left you behind. In a way, that's partly what you have felt, that you've been left behind and that you didn't want that. That wasn't something at all that you were expecting. However, this is the journey of life that we have. And your emotions, I think, need to be held back in check. Because you are quite an emotional lady. You feel things, don't you? I can see that empathy in you. I can feel it. I can feel it in your heart, and your tears as well are there. So don't be frightened at all to expose any of that emotion because it's natural and normal for you. And it's something that is highly rated by those that are surrounding you. There's good friends there and there's nice people that you have in your life. And this is a time that you need to identify the good ones from the bad ones, sorting out the wheat from the chaff. And that's exactly what you will do. It's a marvelous time. You're reflecting back, but also you're grabbing hold of somebody's hand here who's pulling you towards them and saying, come with me, this is the way to go forward. So a mentor, a love even, is coming into your future pathway. And spirit that's around you are very, very gently just pushing you forward. I've got a little crystal heart here. This is an amethyst crystal heart. I'll show it to you. And I'm taking this particularly for you. I'm going to hold on to it as well. And we're going to make a cosmic order. This is you setting your intentions. And I will blow onto the amethyst heart. And we're going to set this aside here on my table next to the rose quartz crystal, which we have here. This is the blush pink that we've been talking about. So the amethyst and the rose blush crystal will go together to form your crystal and cosmic order. Now, there's a wish that you have. I feel as though you want to jump here into the future, that you want to make a big change in your life, but you're held back, you're restricted, you can't do that. Is that correct? Is that how you're feeling at the moment? You want to sort of leave it all behind, let that one go and take charge and run towards your destiny, towards who you should be. Is that how you're feeling at all?
Not really. I really am I'm very sad lately. I'm just very sad. I feel like my true love is gone. And I don't think that there's another love for me.
Oh, there is, because somebody is, grabbing hold of your hands, walking towards you now, and is going to pull you into the future. It's a pathway that's there for you. Those souls and spirits have told you that. They've given you permission and said to you, look, it's okay. You can be sad and you can cry and you can have all those tears, but remember as well that it's your time now. You've reflected back, you've had a look, you know how heartbroken you are, but this is an opportunity to just step forward slowly, one step at a time, take it easily. Don't rush. You don't need to. You've got family and friends around you who really do want the best for you and want you to be happy too. Let me take you a card. Let me also just have a look here at my crystal comet. This is really fabulous. This is a comet that I use, and I use this really as a pendulum to look at which card we shall be taking and how you are going to transpose yourself into a future of prosperity. Well, we've got this card here. This is a card of marriage, but it's not the first blush of marriage or the first blush of youth. This is all about two adults, an adult marriage, a union between two people that really makes sense and that drives you into a new destiny, a new future. And this is what is there for you. So don't be despairing at all. Remember today that your grandmother and those other souls in spirit that you know that you lost all at the same time have come in now to just push you up and make you say to yourself and make you think, well, look, this is fine. I don't need to worry anymore. The sadness will minimize, it will. And you can help happen as well by being positive yourself. Angels are with you. The lights are with you. But you're going to take a leap forward now. It could mean that you have to change direction slightly, and that's what I feel that you will be doing. So look for opportunities that are going to be granted to you and take advantage of those. Maybe step out onto a path that you haven't been on before. Try a new job, look at some new friends. It seems very hard to do, doesn't it? But it isn't really. You just have to take that step. And that first step is going to allow you to meet this man, this person who's got this hand, is going to grab hold of yours and is going to make you feel amazing. He really will. Thank you so much for coming in to the show. I'm wishing you all the love in the world. And
Thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. You can come in and maybe get an email reading or something like that. Have a look at my website anyway. It's eleanor@gracedestiny.com. So have a look there, and wishing you all the best. Going on now to my next caller, it's Elvin. Hello there. How are you here today?
Good. Not too bad yourself.
I'm good, yes. I'm here in London. You don't have to shout too much, but just speak up a little so that I can get a good grasp of who you are, Elvin. I feel as though life is changing for you, and it's what you want, it's what you're expecting and what you're wishing for as well. And this, I think, has been a long time coming. I've got the Hermit card going back into your past quite a lot. Now, the Hermit card is all about being over analytical, really, trapped in your world, trapped in your shell, and perhaps wanting to be quite critical of yourself. I don't feel it's as other people, but over-analysing, being a little bit too quick to be negative, be on the negative side. And yet you're a very clever person and you have that wisdom. So you know the journey that you are going to be taking, and you're manifesting that. You're going to bring it towards you. And well done to you for doing that, because it is about to happen. I feel as though you're sort of on a precipice now and wanting to take that leap forward. You're not quite ready to do it just yet, but you are going to take that step imminently. And I think it's a very important one. Changes in your career direction as well. I feel that there's been a lot of hard work, effort, and perseverance in your past, in a career operating in the past. But now there's a negotiation around you to change that. So your status here is going to be elevated. You're being lifted up so that you can, well, function at a different level and also have a different purpose within the company that you keep and within either the company that you work for or whether you work for yourself, because you've got quite an independent mind here. And I can see that this independence is really building now. And it's time to be very much a dominant person in your own destiny and to take the hand of others and to make that happen. Now, I've got the Queen of Swords here. This is a lady connected to you, and she's a person that I feel is testy at times, can be a little difficult, can be a little bit of a cross person, has this anxiety or anger in her, but she's lovely underneath. So it's like that crusty exterior. You're not quite sure what you're going to get with her. And yet she's really powerful and a very positive person once you can get through the layers. So I want to sort of see that layering now and your attempt as well to really make that decision. It's an important decision that you have to make everything right. So have you got this person in your life? Do you recognize her, this lady that I feel is all around you, and yet somehow you can't quite connect with her? Does that make sense to you?
Sort of.
Okay, when we say sort of, is this a person that's just arrived in your life? Because I sense a new energy around you and around your home as well. So this is a picture of your home, your ideal place, your home environment that you want to stay in and that you have put an awful lot of effort into as well. And yet you have this resistance. It's a sense of being stopped or being thwarted in your plans. Separation of ties has been very much a part of your past. So have you done that? Have you separated with a partner, divorced, or just moved on from somebody? And is this the lady
recently.
Okay, that's quite recent for you then. Okay, so I understand that because of the Queen of Swords being here, and because you may find that conversations and, easy means of communicating in the past are just not there anymore. So you can't really speak openly. You can't have that friendship.
Right.
It's not available to you. But there is another lady as well who is equal in that measure. So I feel that you have two people who almost are like twins here. So the past and the difficulty and the reasons why you left that relationship and that situation behind. You had to, you needed to, couldn't grow anymore. So this is now your opportunity to really grow, expand your life and take the next step. And now you're almost in a carbon copy situation. So there is another lady who I feel is going to be quite difficult to manage and, perhaps shows the similar traits in her behavior. And that's happening around you now or in the near future, because you're looking to the left, to the right, and you're thinking, well, I don't really want this anymore. I just want to go straight on, enjoy my life, find the person that is really going to make me happy and be content in my heart, in my head, and live my life to the best possible way that I can. And here you've got wealth and opportunity that is ahead for you. You're hardworking, you like your money, you like to have the good things in life, and don't we all? That's really what is aspirational here for you. And you're going to get it. And that I don't feel is very far away. There are steps that you've got to take, but early December sees you achieving quite a lot of your dreams, and you simply need to make a wish on that. And I say make a wish a little lightly or tritely, you might think, but it isn't. It is so that you can manifest some good things that are going to happen in your life. Let's have a quick look at my other crystal ball that I brought here with me today. This is one that is about prosperity, and you can see the citrine that is inside the crystal. It illuminates really well. And this is for you, Alvin. This is you having the chance to make a wish now, a magic wish onto the crystal. You want to find happiness and peace in your heart. There's also a man in spirit who I think just wants to pat you on the shoulder. I feel that he's come down here to just say, look, just go forward. Initial D seems to be really important. So I'm going to give you that because I can see it into the crystal. And I'm also looking at this next step that you will take. So your career move, I think, is one that you're going to resolve. You're having conversations, quite stressful conversations in the next couple of weeks. And you will be quite demanding as well in what you want to hear as a result. So you will be doing that very well. I see negotiations around you, absolutely getting you to where you need to be. And that's one of your skills. So I think that you can really go down and in depth, look at the detail, get out those terms and conditions, decide what it is that you want. But more importantly, love is arriving in your life, but not in the form that you're expecting. You will come back and let me know. I'm sure you will. You'll send a message because at the moment it's not clear for you. But by early December, not too far away, it will be crystal clear as we're seeing now in the crystal ball. So remember the amethyst and the rose that I've used today. Maybe grab a couple of those crystals if you can from a little shop or something. Just keep them with you, keep them in your pocket, because it will bring a lot of good fortune to you and love with it as well. Good things now. 2025 is your year. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, and I do wish you all the luck in the world. I don't think you're going to need too much. It's all happening pretty soon for you. But thank you for coming in to the show. Well, there we are. I've been Eleanor Grace. It's been wonderful speaking to all of you and connecting through. Remember that you have the Pentacles that is around you for everybody this week. Remember to reflect back on the year so far and try and think ahead. Think about, well, what am I going to do next? 2025 is not very far away, but I will see you again next week. Bye for now.
And happy Wednesday, and wow, happy Wednesday before Halloween. And for some of you that celebrate more of the, I guess it would be more of the pagan, celebration. It's Samhain, and it's really interesting. I did some research today and was looking into that, and I'll tell you, it really resonated with me, and I had chills that just kind of reading what the history is of Halloween and that. So if you ever get the chance, I encourage you, any listeners out there, to really kind of research exactly, why we have Halloween. And for those who are very spiritual or have mediumship or psychic abilities, they have found that the month of October is the month where the veil is very thin between us and the spiritual world. So readings, at least I know for myself, have been absolutely beautiful, very connected, very specific validations. So I have no doubt that tonight won't be any different, So first, I want to say thank you to all of the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, everybody behind the scenes. They do such a great job. I don't know if they get enough credit for all the work that they do to make us look good. So thank you. I appreciate you all. And also, to all of the other readers, I just love to get on and listen and see how passionate other readers are. So we have an amazing group of souls that are with the team. And I'm now, I'm almost 1 month in of doing my 30-minute show. So I am your mini medium, and I can't wait today to actually get my first callers and do readings. So I'm going to pull my oracle card like I always do, and we'll put out a message for those that hopefully this resonates for most of you. So let's see, I'm going to pick, I'm very much drawn. Let's just go ahead and we're going to pick 13 again. I think I did that last time, but I guess if you look at numbers, the 13 is that 31, which is our Halloween, and that being backwards. But as many of you know, we just had the beautiful partial solar eclipse. We also have the new moon. So all of that amazing new beginning energy has been out there. So if you've all been starting to feel like, you're wanting to really pursue your purpose or your passion or your goals, that is why. So it's amazing. So the oracle card for today says, and this is for everyone out there, nothing is yet set in stone. Pretty interesting. So if I can show that in Facebook land. But I resonate with that as far as, we really need to understand that a lot of our decisions or even the way we feel our life is at this moment, nothing's set in stone, right? We can make those changes, and we are the only ones that can. And I actually posted something on my Facebook page today. So my Facebook page is Stephanie's Tarot Readings, and then my Instagram is Tarot with Steph, which is STEFF. And the saying goes, my mindset is mine to set. Now, just saying that a few times is so powerful, and it's so true, right? Your mindset is yours to set. My mindset is mine to set. If you can think of it that way, then all the other influences, if you will, the outside noise, eventually starts to get very quiet, and you can focus on your purpose and your passion and your dreams. So that's exactly how things have been for myself these last few days. So, well, all right, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to my first caller, and I believe I saw, is it Joanne?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Joanne. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good, I apologize. I missed where you were from. I think I saw Virginia, and then that's all I saw. Virginia Beach. Thank you to my beautiful producers. So you're from Virginia Beach, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. All right. All right, my friend, how can I help you today?
I wanted to see if you could maybe reach out to my parents or my brother that passed away.
Okay. to channel your loved ones in spirit. So I feel like that, if anything, timing is perfect right now to do that. If you give me just a minute here, I'm going to focus on the energy in the room, how my body is kind of reacting to that, and what I'm picking up on. So it might be quiet for just a second here, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Man, I'll tell you. The way I describe this is within my reading room here that I do all of my readings with clients. I kind of try to describe it as the energy changes, the energy shifts whenever I feel like that a soul is present. I describe it as when you walk into a room and it just feels weird. The energy feels off, or it feels very good and happy. That's what happens with me. I was very much drawn to pulling one of my tarot cards, and I use my cards as a tool or a guide. Don't necessarily read the tarot. But your card that pulled was interesting. It was the Two of Pentacles. A pentacle is something of value to you. So usually it's something tangible or something not tangible, So tangible, of course, would be money, food, water. The not so tangible that you can't touch or taste or feel would be the love that you have, for your family, your siblings, and that. So it doesn't surprise me, because the minute that you asked, could I connect with your parents, I immediately got this rush of energy. And now we pull a card that represents the two who are very special in a sense to you. The two that are your priorities in life. The first feeling I'm getting right now, this very much is your father. This is your dad, and he has what I call a very very strong energy, very bold. It reminds me, if I walked into a room, his energy I would feel immediately. I would just maybe be a little intimidated, Joanne. Was he a very confident man? Was he very much that way?
No, he wasn't. He was very shy, actually.
So would this be your brother?
It could be.
Okay.
That might be the brother.
Okay. All right. Because I never doubt what I see or feel or hear, and he's very much that way. Very much.
Okay, that would be my brother. He passed away a couple of years ago, and we were estranged.
Okay.
My brother and I were, but I had a very close relationship with my parents.
Yes. Okay. And, I truly feel I've done this for 26 years. And when I, start to tap into my mediumship abilities, people will say, well, why are they here? I really wanted to connect with mom or dad or whoever it may be. And, I can't really necessarily answer that, because it comes down to, who wants to come through and who's ready to give a message. And sometimes it's more of who feels that you need some closure, you need some messages. And your brother's energy being so strong, I do feel there's a feeling of him wanting to find closure, wanting to mend some ties. He keeps showing me the number 7. Do you connect with that number with your brother or with you?
Not necessarily. I just know that 7's a lucky number, but as far as it resonating with me in a manner, no.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you, he's very persistent. But let me ask you, what year did he pass?
January 2021.
Okay. All right. Just keep that number in mind. When I meet with clients and they can't quite connect, I always tell them, take it with you. As you kind of marinate in all of the information, then it will click. But there's some reason that month of July, the 7th of the month, or 7 years ago, there's a reason he's very adamant this is connected to you and to him. So keep that in mind for sure. Do you connect at all with, I'll get names. Names come through very cryptic for me though, because I hear syllables. But I heard 2-syllable M name, M like Mary, Marcus, Marty. There's some 2-syllable M name.
My mother's name was Myrtle.
Your brother's name was Myrtle?
That's it. Yeah.
Perfect.
That's Mama.
Perfect. Oh, mother. Perfect. Okay. Mom was Myrtle. I love it. This is their way of saying, hey, Stephanie, I'm here. So listen and pay attention. So very much your mom being here. And your mom, wow, I'll tell you, the energy I pick up from you and how she's making me feel, the two of you, I feel, she shows me that you may have been a lot alike, which being so much alike, you may have had, some butting of heads in that sense. Because she just keeps saying, that's my girl. And I feel that she shows me almost, if I were to see you, some very close resemblance to her. Do you understand that?
Yes, absolutely. I look a lot like my mother.
Yes.
And as my mother's personality and demeanor, we were very close. We would talk to each other every day.
I love it. She keeps bringing up, she says to tell you that you need to keep the traditions going, that she had traditions that she doesn't want to see those end. And then I keep tasting coffee. All of a sudden, I have a coffee taste in my mouth. Do you understand why that would be?
Coffee.
Do you understand why that would be?
Coffee. I can remember her drinking a cup of coffee every morning.
Yeah.
And sitting in a rocking chair after. She would always fix my breakfast before going to school, and even when I lived at home going to work. She would always fix my breakfast, and then she would sit in a rocking chair and sip on coffee till I got ready to leave, and we would say goodbye.
Perfect. I love it.
I can picture her, doing that as far as the coffee.
Right, exactly. Okay. And it really goes back to what she was showing me of her kind of traditional thing that she would do every day, and that's where the sign of tradition kept coming in is that was something that she did every day for as long as you were in school or however that may be. I know we don't have too much time, but I do want to tell you too, she I keep hearing her congratulate you for you got a raise or you did something. She's so proud of you. You just had a very, I just keep hearing, tell her congratulations. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. Congratulations. I've had a successful career, but also endured, a lot of heartbreak and suffering in my life from a failed marriage and a family member, which would be her grandson, my nephew, betrayed me when I was doing some caretaking. So I've been through, so baby, congratulations for the successful career, but also in maybe getting through a lot of heartache.
Yeah, 100%. And
coming out at the end of it, having to endure it with no support.
Wow. Well, I'm going to tell you, and then I'm going to hop on and grab my next color really quick. But I want to tell you, the final message, I guess, from her really is that she says the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, that you have a lot of her strength, courage, and she's just so proud of you. And she says to make sure that you pay attention to the birds. There's birds that she connects with. So keep that in mind, okay?
Okay, I will. And all this resonated very well. And thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You are so welcome. It was my pleasure. And you have a wonderful night and have a fun Halloween coming up.
And you do the same. And thank you so much.
You're so welcome. All right. Oh, perfect. Okay, so I believe we have Anna from West Valley, Utah, right from my state here. Hi, Anna.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Is this the Anna that I think it is?
Yes.
Oh, I love it. When I saw the local, I thought, all right, I have this feeling that I know this person through you're just a follower, following me. But I'm excited that you got on with me. This is great.
I am. I've been trying forever.
Well, it's your lucky day, my friend. What can I help you with today?
I just want to know if you have any more messages from my sister-in-law.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to grab a card for you really quick here as I feel drawn to her energy here. Tell me the whole energy in my room, very much familiar energy, as if, like when you walk into a grocery store and you see somebody and you say, man, I know you, but I don't know you, or I don't know where I know you. It's that feeling that she's giving me. I connect with numbers, very much so. And as I've been sitting here, I pulled 2 cards for you. And this is, how do you connect with 15, Anna? 15, 1-5.
1-5. That would be my, 15th is actually my mother-in-law's birthday.
Ah, mother-in-law has passed?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. I always say I can't control who comes forward or who comes through. We just kind of have to go with it. She, all of a sudden I heard, I literally heard found peace. That was very interesting. Found peace. And then the feeling I got of closure or comfort. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. She says, tell my baby boy that, just telling you the stuff I hear, tell my baby boy, step it up. Step it up. That's all I keep hearing. Just step it up. So I feel like this may be her way of saying, have that courage. Keep moving forward. It's that feeling of her trying to push him to be more positive with his thoughts. Has he been struggling a little lately?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So just, her wanting to help him change his energy and his mindset a little bit. I don't know. I always just tell you what I see, hear, or feel. And I just saw like a pink, well, I'm really crappy at guessing what flowers are, but this is like a pink, like a carnation, maybe a rose that's just really full, but there's a pink colored flower. Do you understand or connect with that?
I know that she had rose bushes out in the front yard and she loved her roses.
Okay, fabulous. I just got my validation chills. My whole right side just tingled. She says, check the stomach. She keeps showing me the stomach, something with the stomach. Did she have issues with her stomach, or you or your husband?
She had stomach issues. She had a lap band done a long time ago. Oh. And then she was having problems eating, so she had to have a feeding tube.
Okay. All right. So she, again, just validating this is her and the problems that she had with that. Do you connect with the two-syllable? I just heard like Lorraine or Louise, two-syllable L name?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Keep it in mind. Laura, all of a sudden I'm hearing it's almost this feeling of impatience of wanting to make sure we connect with this. But so think about it. Let me know.
I have a niece named Laura.
Okay. Still here in the physical world or has passed?
In the physical world. My brother has passed. That would be her dad.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. And this may be him, coming through and validating her, his daughter. Man, you have a whole lot of people here, my friend. All of a sudden, my whole room, I'm sweating like you can't believe. Your sister, in a very respectful way, but very persistent, I felt, if this is her, pushes aside, steps forward, and she says, tell my sister she's not listening. She's not listening. It's that feeling of her trying to connect with you through sound. So music, or when you're sitting there and you feel like you hear something, but you're not too sure. So needing to quiet your mind, do some meditation, because she's really, really trying to take advantage of the veil being so thin and trying to connect with you. So try to do that. I really feel you're gonna feel that amazing connection with her. So try that for sure. Okay.
Okay.
And then, does she love Halloween?
Yes.
Okay. She just keeps showing me excitement for Halloween. So I feel like that'll be kind of the day, especially being such a very powerful day for spirit to connect with their loved ones here in the physical world. So do that meditation and listen, light some white candles. That will help as well. I know I'm down to my less than a minute, Anna, but message me and we can connect with some more. But for any other listeners out there, I am your mini medium, and you can reach me on my Instagram at Tarot with Steph, STEFF, or you can get my Facebook at Stephanie's Tarot Readings, and I'd be happy to help get you booked for a private reading. So have a great Halloween, and you all have a safe one. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Connections with Azriel. Live from Azriel.love. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Namaste. It's Azriel coming to you live from Nashville, Tennessee, and I hope you're all doing wonderful tonight. I just wanted to take a moment and just call in on all the energy that is available to flow through us, to flow through the divine light of consciousness, just to support anyone that's suffering right now. I know there's a big storm hitting Florida, and just holding everybody affected there in light and healing, and grounded safety and awareness, as well as those still healing in North Carolina and Tennessee, and then all those people all over the world that we're not even aware of, right, that are going through things on a day-to-day basis. I'm really excited to be here with you today. I will be taking some callers in a few minutes, but I wanted to just start by just checking in and seeing how you all were, and asking like, what's going on, like, how's your week been? Have you noticed some of the chaos moving through your life, or are you feeling more light and inspired and open? And where are you looking for support? That's a question I've really been in lately, both for myself, like, where am I looking for support? What do I really need to connect me to a higher state of being, of peace and connection? And then I've really been taking that out to my followers, my community, my clients, and asking them, like, how can I support you? And what is the best way that we can come into connection and alignment? So I'm curious if there's something you're looking for, if there's something that you're really needing that can help bring you into a deeper connection with soul, let me know. Visit my Facebook page. It's facebook.com/Azrael.love. Or you can check out my website at www.azrael.love. And let me know how I can serve you. One of the things I've really been playing with lately is how to serve in a bigger way. And that's part of why I'm doing this radio show, right? I want to connect and be able to support beings in a way that's accessible, that's easy, and that doesn't have to be a huge investment or take a lot of time, right? A place where we can touch in, tune in, and go deep. And yet still create big change. Let me know. I'd love to know how you're doing. I wanted to start today's show before I take a caller by just picking a card, and a card for this week, something that can sort of bring us connection and support as we open into the week ahead. Again, with so much uncertainty, one of the things I've been very aware of for some time. Thank you so much. One of the things that I've been so aware of for some time, right, is that we're in a dying phase right now. And at the same time, we're in a birthing phase. We're in this midst of the in-between. And so what was like, even 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it's no longer. And yet what is being birthed, oh my gosh, we're going to have someone in Kentucky soon. I'm in Tennessee. But what's being birthed, right? Like, it hasn't taken place yet. And so a lot of our paths and a lot of what we've found has worked for us or given us trust in the past. It's really been, not useful to us anymore. It's like, wait, that doesn't work anymore. That doesn't fit anymore. So how can we open to a greater trust and an understanding in the now and in the here? And so that's something I'm with a lot, right? How do we settle into the space of that in between? And so I just wanted to pick a card today to bring a message for us to offer that support for the next week for all of us in this amazing collective. And I'm picking a card from the Maya Toll Herbarary deck, and it works with the energy of plants and plant spirit. And just gonna open it up. Beautiful. It's the energy of nettle. And for those of you online, I'm going to show you the card. It's the energy of nettle, and it's this leaf, for those of you that are listening, with an eye in the center. And the words are pay attention. And so nettle is the first plant that comes up in the spring. It's very prickly, but it's also very nutritious, right? And it's bringing us exactly what we need. It's giving us stuff to support our adrenals, to support our physical body, to give us the burst of energy as we're opening into that new abundant spring energy. And at the same time, we have to sort of be careful with it. We have to be careful how we touch it and how we open to its energy. It's very powerful. It can sting us, right? And so this card and this energy, when we pull it, is like, okay, everything is happening for a reason. Let's come into a space at a time, let's give ourselves that permission to know that it's not comfortable and that it does feel stingy sometimes. And we want to keep our eyes open. We want to pay attention to what's going around us. We want to pay attention to our stories and notice if we're getting caught in those stories and those old patterns, because they are not serving us any longer. And we really also want to pay attention to what's beyond the stories, our dreams, our inner knowing, the nature around us, everything. So it's a good card for this week. We're getting the nutrients we need to move forward in this birth. And at the same time, we must, pay attention to both letting go and what is dying for us and opening up to what's in the unseen world that we can truly trust, even if it hasn't taken root yet. So beautiful. So I'd love to take this next call, the first call today. It's Shelly in Paducah, Kentucky, and I hear it's Shelly's birthday today, so it's such a joy and beauty to be able to share with you. So hi, Shelly. It's wonderful to have you with us.
Hello.
How are you? Happy
Can you hear me?
birthday.
Oh, thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Just relaxing.
Cool. How can I be of service today? What would you like to open into?
Well, I am not sure. I've got lots of different things going on in my life, but I was like, it's my birthday. Maybe I should just get like a general what I should focus on.
Okay, I'd love to do that for you. So the way I read, it depends person to person, but today I'm getting the invitation. I'm just going to slow down and close my eyes and just first of all and tune in and see if there's any direct messages for you from Spirit. Anything that's just coming through, and then I will pick some cards for you and see what wants to support you on this special day and in the months to come.
Perfect.
Okay, so I might be silent for a moment, but I'm definitely still here with you. And I'm in Nashville, so we're quite close, actually.
Oh, yeah, very.
So the first thing that comes, and again, I will pull some cards to either get more clarity or maybe even get another line of truth coming through. But there's something that is wanting to birth through you that is very exciting. Something that your heart is sort of maybe, I think longing might be too strong of a word, but it's like, oh my God, like, can I really do that? Or can I really experience that in my life? And like the message is like to go for it, right? There's been maybe a waiting period of some sort, or you've had to do the drudge work to get to where you are now. And it's sort of like time for you to step into like what feels exciting. It might feel a little bit scary too, but the heart is very smiling. I didn't get any fear when I was tuning into it. But it's like, it's time for you to trust. Know that there is support for you to move forward on this path, and that you will be supported. I see a lot of joy for you, and a lot of, I almost want to say a playfulness that's coming out or asking you to sort of move into. There's also a peacefulness, like you can be quite comfortable, like, I can be at peace. And this is saying like, no, like we don't want to just be at peace. We want to play. We want to explore. We want to create. And so that's just the first thing that comes through. And it's really beautiful.
I love that.
Yeah. And you just know, like, and if you know what it is, then great. But if you don't know, it will be very clear to you. And it's soon.
I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's right there. This is not like a 3 months down the road type thing. It's like, it's there. It's time. Go for it. 100% success, beauty, love, connection. I'm getting big shivers, right? Like it's just beautiful. And then I have no idea what this means, but I'm just going to share. I get turkey energy. So the energy of a turkey, and it doesn't mean Thanksgiving or anything. And I don't remember what turkeys mean from the animal perspective or animal totem perspective. So that might be something you want to look up. But I just see a turkey like energy, and it's very happy, and it's like wandering around, and just showed itself to me. So I just want to share that with you. Okay.
I do like turkeys.
Yeah, they go in trees. I never knew that till I moved to Tennessee. And I thought, is that like an owl in a tree? And there were turkeys, right? Like, so they can be grounded, and then they can also go to those higher levels, which I think is really cool. So I'm going to pull some cards. Yeah, from a Rider-Waite deck. So this is a deck that I've worked with for a long time, over
I'm pretty familiar with that one. I've never really used it, but I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Somebody just gifted me a gilded Rider-Waite today.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
How cool that I'm doing the reading then today. Yeah. These were given to me. So I'm going to be 50 this year, and these were given to me when I was 21 by someone. So I've been using them for a long time, and yeah, they're very, very powerful. So I'm just going to, again, be silent for a moment.
Okay.
The other thing that's coming in, just as I'm giving thanks and I'm calling in your angels and guides, is Archangel Michael is very close for you right now, and he is there to support you on your path. So if there are any challenges that are coming in, you can really call in for his help. Or if there's any barriers that you're noticing, if only this piece would move or this piece would move, not necessarily in your emotional world or emotional life, but more in like outer things that are like in the, just in the way or feel like they're holding things up. He's here to help you right now, and you can call in on his support and his help. And you can also call in on the energy of a blue ray of light. I just feel that that's with you. And so even envisioning that blue ray of light, surrounding yourself with it, bringing light and energy with you, it'll bring a lot of support. Oh, so the first card I picked is the Temperance card. It's Major Arcana. Whenever we're working with Major Arcana, I always see it as bigger things and bigger energies that are at play. And I actually pulled 6 cards for you. And I'm just seeing if there's any. Yeah, we'll stop there. That's where the Major Arcana stop. And there's 3 Major Arcana. And then actually I pulled 5 cards. And then 2 cards that are not Major Arcana. And so this is telling me that there's a wave and a shift and a change, a flow of energy that's moving through for you right now. And there's this balance, right? So it wants you to know that everything is well. You're coming into a state, even though it's not going to feel like it, there's going to be a little bit of a bump coming up. The bump is not a bad bump. It's more of an internal trust and sort of stagnation within, but it's like everything's as it should be, and you have the ground to move forward. Do what you can to follow that joy that I was seeing in your heart. And then also give yourself permission to take the deep breath and to give yourself, like, you don't have to get in a panic or try to figure it out. It's in place. The second card is the 9 of Wands in reverse. And that is the card where when it's right side up, it's like looking over my shoulders. I can't trust. Like, I know I've got all this, but I can't trust. And so it's in reverse. And so there's a sense of, especially I think in the next couple of weeks, like, oh, I can trust and things are okay. And I don't have to hold this fear. But I think that's what the next card is all about, is the Judgment card in reverse. But it's like, can I really let go? Is this really happening for me? Because some of the choices or some of the directions that you're taking in life on some level feel very imbalanced, right? It's almost like you're going to be making a change that's asking you to grow beyond what you've been before. And so the Judgment card is like in reverse. It's not saying, oh, you can't trust, but on an internal level, there's a sense of, I don't know if I can. Can I really trust myself? Can I really trust this process? Because it's sort of turning my whole world upside down. And especially if we're looking at things, if there's anything at all that starts to come in on a financial level, or where you're like, well, I got to let this go. This is my safe space, and say, no, I'm following my heart. I'm not just going to like do what I'm supposed to do. And so that feels a little bit scary, right? So that's the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, is right after the Judgment. And it's sort of like asking you to come into a space of deeper trust in yourself. And then the final card, the last bookend, is the Hierophant. And I really like the Hierophant. Now, some people will read the Hierophant cards as like, it's like society, or it's like what you're supposed to do. And for me, the Hierophant is the connection with God. It's the connection with spirit. And it's being the energy of the one who channels in spirit and connects with this higher force. It's like bringing spirit down into matter and into ground. And so the outcome is, or what we're looking at, is everything that's happening in everything that you're being asked to transform. It's like all in alignment with your path, and there's nothing to fear, because you're actually going to come into a place of power and support. And my sense is that you're going to be working more with spirit in your day-to-day life. There's going to be, I think, some openings for you energetically and spiritually, and even perhaps in the work that you do with the world, in that you are going to be able to speak more truly and more fully with that authentic voice of spirit, of intuition. And so this part of you that gets scared, or once you step into it and it's like, can I trust? Can I trust? You can trust, and there's nothing that you need to hold, right? You don't need to figure it out. It's just let it unfold. The universe has got you.
Okay. That is wonderful. I have that card here, it's very literal.
Yes.
Because, I do work with spirit. I just haven't been doing it as closely over the years. But, like I hear spirit, I see spirit, I feel spirit. And I've been doing readings myself for other people lately, more so than I normally would, because I'm more work, and I'm a social worker.
Okay,
so I help people on a more real, I guess. I don't say it's not real. Real is not the word. Like the waking life.
Yeah.
And I like the spiritual life a little bit more these days.
Well,
so it definitely is interesting.
Yeah, being called into it. And one of the things that I'd be curious about, even in your like day job, is how can you connect with spirit there? And I'm going to have to take the next caller in one moment, but how can you connect with spirit there? And obviously with your clients, you can't. Like, I understand it's very linear, and there's also a structure, right, that you have to be with and within the job you're doing. But like, even just taking the time to ground and to meditate, asking spirit to be with you when you're there, right? And then being curious about like, oh, how is this actually coming through to support them or to support me? And I would really encourage you to continue your work with spirit with others, because I think there's some bigger shifts happening for you there. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So
I've started getting into astrology and human design, and
I love human design. Yeah.
I'm a right angle cross of penetration 3.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. Oh, so you're here to like bring stuff in. Yeah.
And break things open. Yeah.
And break things open. It truly is. Yeah. I'm a left angle cross of uncertainty. I'm a projector as well. And so, I love human design.
I'm actually a manifesting generator.
Oh, cool.
But,
cool.
My whole design, my sun is gate 57.
Okay. Yes. Which is break again. Like, yes. It's amazing. Yeah, both break people open, but also that intuition, right? Yeah. Oh, it's so wonderful to connect with you on your birthday. And
thank you.
Yeah,
I really needed it.
Yeah. And feel free. I've got a Facebook page. It's Azrael.love. It's facebook.com, Azrael.love, or check out my website, www.azrael.love. I'd love to hear from you. I do try and offer a lot of like free or affordable stuff. I offer guided journeys once a month. That, I think it's $20 or something, and I don't turn people away. And but it would be wonderful to connect with you. Yeah, if you feel called. So
Awesome.
yeah.
All right. Well, I will find you on Facebook. Right. Thank you.
Yeah. A wonderful rest of you. And I'd love to take a call from Laura. I think I've got about 8 minutes here, and still.
Yeah, I'm still here. Hello.
Somerset.
Somersworth.
Yeah. Hi. How are you doing? It's wonderful to meet you tonight.
Hi, I'm doing good. You know, funny you mentioned about like working with intuition in business. Anyway, I'm doing good. Did you want my question or?
Yeah, I would love your questions because I only have a few minutes, and I'd really love to give you some answers. It's wonderful to connect with you.
Yeah. At first, I thought the previous person you were talking about me. I'm like, oh, this is so spot on. But so I've been wanting to start a psychic business. I'm having difficulty starting it. Also, I'm having difficulty finding employment. So I guess the best question is, what is it I need to know to get past this?
Okay. So one of the first things I'd like to just share with you, and then I'm going to tune in. I will pull some cards too. It's just you're not alone right now. We are at this time. Oh, I'm going to pull some cards for you personally, but I just want you to know, like, I think we're just in it and it's being reworked. So part of the invitation is for, and I know we have to survive, right? But part of the invitation is how do we trust, right? How do we surrender and then do our own work right now, so that when we're really like when this alignment happens, the energy and the flow is there. So let me just take a moment here. So just want you to know you are so supported. You have so many guides and angels around you, as I'm sure you know. You are like a powerhouse with like the psychic energy or with the access that you have to it. Ooh, this is beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So things are going to move. So again, I think a lot of it is timing for you and trusting in the timing. The first card I pulled was the Ace of Wands, which is new beginnings, potent and powerful new beginnings, and fire, right? There's that passion, there's that energy. It's going to hit you like a spark, and it's just going to open up for you. So again, I do get the sense of timing. Now, this was the first card I pulled, so it's soon. Like there will be some sort of shift soon. I still think it will take some time to come into full fruition, but there is going to be a shift or an opening or awakening that sort of like cracks and at least says, oh, here's a little flow, here's a little energy, it feels good. And then we have two major arcana cards. We have Judgment right side up, which is like all that you've been holding, right? All that you've been like, oh my God, I've been in it. Like, why, when is this moving? How can I move? It's like clarity. It's like flow. It's like being born again. So I'm seeing more awakening and more opening for you on a psychic level. And I'm also seeing a relief and a freedom from the stress. And so that is like in a bigger way. I feel like you're going to have a lot more connection with your guides and a lot more energy coming in where they're also going to be guiding you and showing you the way. There is the moon is the third card. And the moon, again, major arcana. The moon is great because it's opening you up to greater intuition, greater flow. I've got 2 minutes here. And at the same time, sometimes it feels hidden. And sometimes we have like our stuff come up, our emotional stuff, or it's like it doesn't feel like it's coming into fruition in the outer world yet. When I see it with Judgment, I'm seeing it again more connected to the intuition blossoming, but that there's still going to be those times of like, can I trust? Or I don't know what the way is, or like feeling lost, right? And I think lost, again, is not more about your abilities. It's more about how do I put myself out there? What is the flow in this space and in this world? And so, again, it's trust And it's not about you doing anything until the correct invitation comes. And there'll be an invitation, an opening, something that's going to move you forward. That's with the Ace of Wands. It will come to you. It's not something that you have to search out. And I'm sorry I got cut off there because I'd love to take a little bit more time with you, but I have to go in like 30 seconds. So I hope that makes sense. Feel free to reach out to me on my Facebook page, or, I'd be happy if you're like, this is what this meant to me, and you just wanted to share or process it for a moment, to do that through a message or something on there too as well. Right?
Okay. All right. Thank you for your assistance.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. I'm so sorry that there was a bad connection today energetically on the online, but the energetics were clear otherwise. And I really look forward to seeing you all next week. Thank you so much, Shelley and Laura. And I wish you all the most beautiful and wonderful week ahead. Remember that nettle energy. Pay attention.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday. I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Let's start at the top. We've got Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising. If you know all three, you can listen to all three messages for a complete picture or a more complete picture of the next 7 to 10 days. I only have 30 minutes. I could probably talk about your birthday for an hour, and I won't. But let's get started. Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, this next 7 to 10 days. You could have some real perks around your career. You could have business growth. You could have some really great initial communications and early relationships. That can be personal, romantic relationships, and that could be in business relationships, partnerships, things like that, that you can find over this next, let's say 7 to 10 days, that you can have some really good outlook on your work, your career, opportunities, friends who are like, hey, come this way. Hey, I've got opportunities here. So it feels like there's some sun shining on you there. And it feels very positive for Aries over this next 7 to 10 days, really shining a light on their career opportunities and what's being communicated. I'd be happy about it. It could even be sudden flirtations, or new initiations, networking opportunities, things that come up where there's sudden communications. Tauruses, Sun, Moon, Rising, my little Tauruses. This is a time to take care of your body and, get outdoors, interact with nature, around animals. This will be a good time for your soul and your healing, and a time for a bit of stillness maybe. As we sort of are in this time of Libra, we'll be going into Scorpio in the next, 2 weeks. And it'll be a time for you to pull back and really work on yourself. You could be getting ready for a spring body. You could get ready for dating. You could get ready, get yourself out there to be seen. You could be physically preparing yourself to perform, be seen, or compete. And it's really quite good for you guys. And that you could find going out, even drives in the country, getting out in nature will do you a world of good. And it sounds like slowing down, pulling back, finding peace in small ways each and every day, because you could have a lot of pulls on you, demands at work, or things that you're feeling resistant about. And you'll find nature will serve you. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. Oh, my little Geminis. Achievements. This is a time of checks and balances, collect in favors, call your friends and say, hey, remember when I helped you with this? You can enjoy the limelight. You could get rewards or recognized, or have a few little lucky breaks because of things you've done in the past, because of good karma, good fortune, good energy you've put out there. You have that Jupiter energy that, as it goes retrograde, is going to pull back in old favors you gave to people. And if you need to call them in, if you're like, I need to call in that money, or I need to call in that favor, this next 2 weeks, it looks like a good time where you're able to go through that. And you could find maybe some worries around on the family front, family's health. You could be really hoping for them. You could be saying, okay, they're on my mind. Don't let it cause you sleepless nights. Know that they're in good hands. And so just to keep that in mind the next 7 to 10 days. Cancerians, Sun, Moon, Rising, my little crab. Change is in the air, and you might have to have change of plans, change of travel, change of residence, change of stay. Something could come up where you could pivot, and I just feel like you could even find a change in your role with your work, and that it could make you a bit restless, a bit anxious. And that's exactly, if you're feeling restless or anxious about, say, things and you want to change could be on its way. But it tells me that the change that is coming for you, I feel like could be something that you didn't anticipate, but benefits you nonetheless. And that this change or redirection could actually turn out better for you than you think. And I feel like it could impact you more closer to home. Leo, sun, moon, rising. Oh, my little Leos. Say yes to invitations. Say yes to opportunities. Say yes to the opportunity to go out and be seen. Wear your flashiest clothes, smile your biggest smiles. I feel like excellent networking opportunities. As you're being seen, people are seeing you. Bosses are seeing you. People are seeing your work. People are seeing you out and about. And that you could have new interests around you. And if you're single, that could even include new love interests, new, hey, you're looking good. Or you could have new people being introduced to your circle as a result. But saying yes to opportunities to get out and about, and that could be volunteer opportunities in your community. That could be going out for dinner. And it feels like it's more friendly kind of stuff. Doesn't have to be just dates. You could go on dates. I actually think that if you're on online dating as a Leo, you could get just the right yes. That turns out to be something good for you. And so I feel like saying yes could result in new people coming into your world. Libras, sun, moon, rising. Oh, my Libras. This is a time that you might really start an exercise regime. It's your birthday. It's like a new year. It's your reset button. You just had a very powerful karmic new moon with an eclipse. And this is time to start your goals, start your vision board, start your health regimes, start prioritizing yourself. You could have new circles, new friends on the horizon. You can have new people and new situations just beyond you. And that even could come in to you reinventing yourself in some way and creating a new you. But it seems to show up in the body, the identity. That could even be like your clothes closet. It could be revamping your look. It could be reorganizing your health regime or your diet. And it's really positive for you over this next 2 weeks that whatever you're initiating will have some positive redirection for everyone over the next 2 years in this particular transit you're going through. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. Our Scorpios. Let's see what we got. Planning. Have a backup plan. Have plan A, plan B, plan C. I feel like you can lay down the future plans, financial gains. You could get lucky with money. And I feel like maybe you get reimbursed. You could get financial windfalls. You can get paybacks. You can get some good money energy over the next 7 to 10 days coming in. And it could be stuff that maybe you work for and you finally get the pay, or you get the commission, or you get some sort of benefit there. And that this next little while prior to getting into Scorpio season, as it's really reflecting on and getting into planning. What do I want for this next few months? What do I want for this next few years? What do I want for this next year? What is it that I need to put in place as my birthday draws near? And so that's showing up for you in that planning. What you're planning now could very much come to fruition for you, Scorpio, quicker than you think. Sagittarian, sun, moon, rising. Positive work outcomes. You might have been grinding with or feeling ground down with work or employment or the obligations in your life. Those could also feel like work. But you must have dragged your time, dragged yourself there, dragged yourself through. It could bring some rewards now that you could finally maybe have that little bit of savings that you wanted, or that you were able to bring together some finances, or that you're finally able to cash in some savings. But there's something about positive work outcomes or effort. All the efforts you put in, you're going to see results. You're going to see things coming forward. You're going to get your payday. You're going to feel like You can finally make a purchase. You can finally put the deposit down. You can finally put the money down. And I feel like even by the end of the year, you see something really positive for yourself around that Sagittarius. Capricorn, sun, moon, rising, my little Capricorns. Personal money. Your successes, and they could be small, successes are likely right now and on the way, and finances will improve dramatically, and not through get rich quick schemes, not through something where you think it's going to happen quickly, but it's around putting the building blocks in. And I feel like something small could be like, oh, you got this new role or you got this new opportunity and you're able to make money, and that this money is going to grow for you, or that you're able to put away even a little chunk of money, a few $100s or a few tens of dollars, and you're able to kind of pocket away and save. And with discipline, I feel like you have small successes with your money. And I feel like as soon as you have enough, then you're able to maybe shore it up. Maybe you're able to match it in some sort of financing. So there's something around really building your wealth that will be really productive for you. And you could have advisors coming into your life who are financial or real estate or investment that will really help guide you about your future and about your personal security, which you seem to be making plans to shore up even in the next 2 weeks. That can include insurance plans as well. Aquarius, sun, moon, rising, taking on problems head on, almost like you're going to make a list. You're going to get out your list and you're going to start writing down everything you need to do to take care of anything that could come up as a problem or a challenge, or that you're making detailed lists because you feel like you could have a lot on your plate and you want to get it all done. You don't have to prove your point to anyone. This next 7 to 10 days, you could find you trying to push your opinion or push your ideas or push something on people who don't want to hear it, are not going to hear it. And poor little Aquarians could feel a bit disheartened by that. Just don't share it. Just write it down in a book. Write it down, your ideas or your plans to help you, because I feel like your mind could be very much getting ahead of it, like getting ahead of problems or challenges, and maybe the people around you aren't able to hear your solutions just yet. Hang on to them for about 2 weeks, and then I feel like then they'll be like, and you see like, see, I have it right here. See, I already thought about this. And so if that will feel pretty good. Pisces, sun, moon, rising, time of reflection. Friendships in your life could ebb and flow. You could find a real ebb and flow with relationships, old workmates, friendships, neighbors, community. You could find that you let go of some and others blossom and become much stronger around you, that you're able to finally find your group, your community, your sisterhood, brotherhood. You're able to finally find maybe some sense of belonging, or you're going to have hopes and lights around that. And I feel like this is a really good time for you to see in your role in groups. And if you feel like you have a sense of belonging, that you could certainly be making changes there over the next 7 to 10 days that will benefit you in a huge way. And you can find me, BerniceBissotPsychic.com. My social media is there. My podcast link is there. And of course, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck Television every Tuesday. I'm here reading for you beautiful folks, and I really love it. And so let's get into it. I have Brandy in San Antonio, Texas. Brandy.
Yes, ma'am.
How may I be of service to you today? My name is Bernice. I am located in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, and you have me for the next few minutes. What can I be of service?
Just looking for some guidance and reassurance of where I'm going, right choices, that kind of.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for tuning in, and I appreciate you for doing that. Let's explore this a bit. If you don't mind me asking, what is the day and month of your birthday?
November 17th.
Scorpio. Thank you. Let's explore when we talk about, I'm not surprised you're feeling like you're at the edge of this abyss, almost wondering which direction, where the next step will light up. And part of this, as we enter into Scorpio season, is that things that have been hidden this last year are going to have odd ways of coming up for you. Like it's going to be like sudden truth, sudden insights are going to make you glad. Maybe you missed that boat, or maybe feel glad that you missed this thing, or, so don't let it get you down. I feel like you've got the next, I'm going to say February, March feels like a good time for you where you might be able to get a break or get away for a little bit of time. And that feels really positive. It feels like you've got to pay attention to your feminine health and feminine health issues and your energy levels, that there's something very much about you addressing feeling low or feeling out of energy. There is, in the next few months, something very much about you cutting ties with people who don't believe in you. And I feel like no apologies necessary to any of them, that you're going to really cut some ties with people who have kind of shown you repeatedly. And, sometimes they feel like they could be close, kind of close to you. And that you could just sever ties with some people, not wanting to give it your energy any longer. I feel like there is going to be there's three other people, if I think about around you, excuse me, Brandy, that I feel like they're all going in different directions, and you could feel a bit empty nested, or that you might feel a bit empty house, like people are headed in different directions, like headed out, headed away, and it might leave you in a place where you're thinking, I need something new for myself. I need something new for me. And I feel like there is something very much, there's a woman who could be quite encouraging to you. She could very much believe in what you're doing, very much, and really trying to give you good, maybe direction or advice about, or maybe she wants you to join her, or I don't know about move closer to her, but certainly she wants you to come in a direction. And, I feel like you could find that this time alone allows you to maybe connect with people away, or that you haven't been able to connect to in a while. There's, a man, I know we have lots of people who pass in our lifetime, and, there's a younger man that keeps showing up in his energy around you. And he could have been gone for a while. He feels like someone's brother figure, but he's a younger man. And I feel like I'm going into your dad's family. And I feel like you're going to have when I say you're going to be able to get away, I feel like you're going to go west, possibly towards California. I feel like this is going to show up for you. You'll know within months. You are re-energizing. You're just gathering your forces. So don't get too angst about not being where you think you should be, only because there is something about the pause. Like you're getting insights into things you didn't see before. And knowing that, I feel like you'll be able to make plans, particularly, I'm even going to say as early as February. You still have demands or obligations on you. And that could be helping family, helping others, and I feel like over this next year, you might find yourself a bit empty nested or not as many obligations. And I feel like it frees you up in time, energy, resources. But I want you to really put that back into yourself, put that back into your own energy, Brandy. Because I feel like part of you feeling like, oh, where am I headed? It could just be about replenishing your own energy for a bit. And I feel like you can really launch bigger come the spring. Okay? And that would be like May, April, May. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you, and we'll chat again one day. Now, we're gonna jump right into another B. We're gonna have the B show where we're gonna jump in and chat with Barbara. Hello, Barbara.
Hello, thank you so much for taking my call.
Oh, thank you so much for picking me as your psychic. This sounds like a match made in heaven. How can I be of service to you today?
I have a lot going on work-wise. I have projects going on, and I'm just feeling a bit overwhelmed, and I don't know if I have too many kind of irons in the fire, plates spinning. So that's where I've been at lately. I've just been feeling like a hamster wheel, just not knowing. I feel like I'm going in the right direction, but I'm going in many directions. I just think it might be too much. So,
okay, what is it that you feel all needs to be done at the same time? That's a question I want you to hold in your mind. You don't have to answer me.
Okay.
But answer yourself.
Okay.
What is it that you feel that needs to be all done at the same time? And where is it that you need to hand things off to other people, right? And right. When? I feel like it might be worthy right now, if I'm in the work context right now, is to create a spreadsheet matrix and really putting down each of the tasks, who's doing it, what's the timelines, making like a management matrix for this project and getting them really organized so that you're not carrying it around in your head. So part of the battle you're having right now is that aside from doing the work, you're carrying it around as a mental picture in your brain. And I need you to have a place, like a nice binder with a fancy paper and, where you make a nice matrix and you plan out and you have a really nice sort of project management so that you've got it there. And then you can parking lot, you can stick a few sticky notes in there. Oh yeah, I'm going to parking lot that in there. I'm going to parking lot that thought in there, because it'll help you really look at the big picture of things and not feel overwhelmed. Because I feel like part of this is you could get broadsided or may have recently been broadsided with some unexpected personal demands. And I feel like I want you to be in the headspace where you're walking into work feeling prepared and cleared of mind. So you're going to close out each and every day by just adding a few sticky notes to your matrix of your project management, just keeping it organized, because I feel like you're going to get through what I call a bottleneck. You're going to get through a really sticky bit, and then everything kind of falls into place. So I feel like what feels like a flurry of activity, I feel like although you have lots of plates in the air, I just need you to organize and know, and you'll feel far more confident in the multitasking, because I feel like some of it, I don't know that you can avoid. I feel like, and it's going to really help you identify what you can keep and what you can drop. Okay. Or what you can place on the back burner. So what I do is I like to, make this detailed list about what is it. So I have the big project A, project B, on my list. And then I feel much more confident because I have a parking lot. I can put it there. I know I can kind of chip away at it, knowing it's in process. And I love using that word, in progress. In progress. So that's my status update on my little matrix. It's like in progress. And you are in progress. So know that it's okay. And not everything has to be exact at the same time, because I feel like you could have maybe some unexpected travel, unexpected kind of twists and turns over the next, I'm even going to say, couple of months that I feel like you're going to be prepared for, because you're going to already know where your work's at. And I feel like you're going to need to balance out, you got to make time for people, plain and simple. You're going to have to make time for people, including yourself. And you're going to have to carve out a piece of your day where you say no to people. And For me, mine's the morning. I have 2 hours in the morning where I'm untouchable. And so you don't have to have, things don't all have to topple off or fall. I feel like I need you to stand still actually for a minute, sort it out, all the things that have you kind of like an octopus being pulled in different directions. You're going to pull your power back in yourself. You're going to extend only what needs to be done in this moment and in this time. And then you're going to carve out some time in your daily. The reason why mine's the morning is because by the end of my day, I've got too many demands on me already.
Right.
So I hear you. So now, if I think about success with projects and your work and what you're working on, I feel like there is a natural challenge to everything that you're doing and that you have problems to solve. And that your gift is your ability for logic, is your ability to logistics, coordinate, logic, organize. This is going to be your superpower, in fact, with your projects and your work.
Okay.
And that, and you do have success, you do have success, but I need you to act like you don't. I need you to act like you don't have success. I need you to act like you have to do it, but do it on the timeline you set out in your plan. Don't rush. Because with that discipline that you put in place, you'll feel like you have far more control over the rollout of things. Okay?
Okay.
Now, there is a role change that's coming for you. There's going to be a lot of training. You might have to train people or communicate, train. Something about that shows up for you in a big way that I feel like where you might be very insular and only communicating to a small number of people will actually grow quite large. Okay? Or you'll roll something out in a bigger way. Okay?
Excellent.
Mm-hmm. And I like it. And
yeah, this is making sense.
I just want to predict something. There's this older lady who's still alive in your family. She's an elderly lady, and there's something about her care. There's a man who passed who keeps showing up, and she's in good hands. I'm just going to tell you that. She is in good hands. Okay? Okay. She's in good hands, not to worry. Now, plans that make me happy to share with you. I feel like there is something that's coming with one of these projects that gets you very independent in some way. Once it's completed, you don't have to have 100 projects anymore. That's what made me happy.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so whatever you're consolidating in your work or kind of like trying to complete and drop off, leading to a single focus is going to really serve you well. So know that whatever you're completing right now is heading in the right direction for you.
Excellent. Yep. I know exactly what you mean. Perfect.
So it's pretty exciting. And, April is an important month, the month of April around your work. And there's something that you're going to get a big yes, and it's around the month of April.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And thank you, Barbara, and good luck with your work. And thank you, everyone, for tuning into Psychic Tuesday. And we'll see everybody in 7 days.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Love Life with Katana Star. Live from katanastar.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Love Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, good afternoon, evening, morning, everyone, wherever you are. I'm Katie, and this is Love Life with the Katana Star. You can find me on Facebook under Katana Star or on my website by clicking on the link if you would like to book a private reading. So today I am going to jump straight into a collective reading for everyone who's listening, and I'll be taking a caller as well. So we'll go from there. All right, I'm going to get straight into it because these readings absolutely fly, and they go so fast, and I really enjoy them. All right, so here we go. Where I am at the moment, it's the 11th of October, and this will be the general message for the cards, from the cards, sorry. All right, let's focus. This one. And we've got the 8 of discs. This is a good one. I like this one. The 8 of discs. Look, you know, this is quite generic across all tarot decks with the meaning behind it. This means getting back to skill enhancement, getting back to work on something. You know, and that can mean getting back to school to further enhance your study, or it could mean, you know, taking up some kind of course to enhance your creativity, or finishing off a creative project, something like that. And this is really applicable to me at the moment, this card. But it's normally a really positive sign when it comes to enhancing skills and your creativity. And that's with the collective message of for everybody. That's where people are probably, you know, focusing their energy at the moment, is on how to improve their skills or finishing off things, or you know, if people are studying, it's getting to that time of year now where exams are coming and things like that. So it's all about that that learning and skill enhancement. And it's a good one too. I like the 8 of discs. It's one of my favourites, actually. And when it comes out, it's normally a very good sign that you're on the right path when it comes to pursuing creative passions or skill enhancement with knowledge and things like that. So that is the 8 of discs, or pentacles, whichever deck you're using. Authors, you know, sometimes call them discs, pentacles, coins, whatever. But they mean the same thing, basically. All right. So I will be taking a caller now, and I'll just sit here for a moment while we wait till we see who comes up. Yeah, the 8 of discs is always good. It's always good. I like to think of it too as, you know, even spirituality, you know, using crystals and enhancing that sort of stuff. Thank you. So I'm ready to go. Cheers. All right. Shuffle away here. I'll wait till I see her. I've got on the screen there. Sarah in New York. Hi, Sarah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? I've just had a card flip out, actually, Sarah, just as I saw your name. So I'm gonna grab this one for you because I reckon this one's meant for you. Got the 5 of Swords. I'll tell you what that means in a second. But if you want to have a think about something that you might like to ask me, whether that's a question or if you just want a general reading, I'm reading with my Sacred Circle deck today, and I've also got some oracle cards here. So, yeah, what would you like?
I think let's go with a general reading. I'm just kind of curious kind of where things are going, so I'd love to hear that.
Okay. No problem at all. Look, the 5 of Swords flew out just as I saw your name, so I feel that this is meant for you. It's not the nicest card in the deck, I'll be honest, Sarah. This indicates a bit of conflict going on between you and others, okay? It's a difficult one. It can be internal conflict, Sarah. It can be something that you might be struggling with inside on a moral level, but normally it's about recent conflict that's gone on, and it often with heated words exchanged, and sometimes people winning at all costs. They'll say something and feel as though they've walked away as the victor, but really they're not, because the guilt that they're carrying, they know that it's in the long run, they really want to make peace, but they don't want to. And with the word defeat here on this card, if you can see the screen, that's possibly indicating either how you're feeling or the other party is feeling, okay? Mm-hmm. And normally when the 5 of Swords comes out, it's normally a necessary conflict that has just built up and it's had to take place. It's like there's been some issues with some communication going on. And look, at the bottom of the deck right here, I've got the Knight of Wands, okay, the Knight of Wands. So I'm picking up this is a male that you've been having conflict with. And if it's not a male, it could be a female with more masculine energy. Now, the Knight of Wands is very fiery. The Knight of Wands is adventurous. The Knight of Wands, you know, when you first encountered this person or met this person, they're someone who'll lure you out of your comfort zone and have fun, and there's a lot of fire and passion there. They're very outgoing. They're also quite inspirational when it comes to pursuing your own creative talents and ambitions and things like that. Now, given that the Five of Swords is here, I'm picking up there's some conflict with you and a male.
Yeah, no, you're spot on.
The attributes of the Knight of Wands, okay? Look, given it's a fire element, he could be a fire sign, meaning he could be an Aries or a Leo or a Sagittarius, but not always, okay? That's only if, you know, when you bring the astrology into it, if you're doing a real deep reading on a character, it's good to use the fire, the coinciding element to that person. But anyway, so they're the two cards. Look, I'll do another shuffle there for you, Sarah. Look, and jump in anytime to interrupt me or ask me something if something's not resonating for you, because I do tend to get on a bit of a roll. Okay.
No, I think you're spot on right now. I've been dealing with some conflicts in relation to like my love life and everything like that. So I think that's a good kind of good role.
All right. Well, I'm going to ask the cards for some guidance for you. Is that all right, Sarah?
Yeah.
Sure. All right. So can we have some guidance for Sarah, please, in relation to this conflict? This one. Resolution. Three of Cups is there. Let's go another one. 10 of Cups. It's a nice one. I'll stop shuffling when it feels right, Sarah. But at the moment, Star. Lovely. One more. Seven of Wands. Okay. Straight away with the Seven of Wands and three of Cups here, I'm picking up there's either been some jealousy or insecurities with a third party. Now, I'm not saying there's been cheating, not at all, but there might have been thoughts that someone's worried that either one of you is worried that the other one's not quite being honest or faithful. And the reason I say that, the Three of Cups can indicate a third party. It can also indicate, though, you know, good times socially with friends and drawing upon your support networks. But right next to the Seven of Wands, there's been some values challenged here. I can unpack this more and get more clarity for you, but at the moment I'm not feeling the need to do that. I think this is more of a sense of insecurity that's underlying the conflict of what's going on between you is fear. Okay, possibly from both sides. Mm-hmm. But look, the reason I don't want to unpack that deeper at this point is because I've got the 10 of Cups and the Star here. These are beautiful. This means healing, all right? This means the 10 of Cups, when it comes to a relationship reading, is the most beautiful card you can pull in the deck. This means that you will resolve these conflicts. It means that if you both put the effort in, you can have it all. Okay, this picture shows happiness. It shows contentment in the home life with relationships. It means that all the hard work and conflict and everything that you've been through and lessons learned, if you put the work in together, you can make this work. Okay, it's a beautiful card, especially for relationships. And the Star means healing. Okay, and it also means remembering your hopes and dreams. Okay, so keep focusing on what you want this relationship to look like. Put the work in, heal from past traumas or past things that I feel might be the underlying influence to this, something that's either happened in the past or there's definitely some insecurities there. Like I said, someone's worried that someone's cheating or someone's worried that, you know, that there's a third party that's, you know, there could even be a third party on the horizon there that could be in one of your ears, you know. But this person, even though it says rivalry, this person doesn't have the upper hand. You have the upper hand, okay? And like I said, with the Star, that's huge. The Star is the biggie here. This represents healing, hopes, aspirations, everything to do. It's definitely a good sign when it comes to your relationship. Now I'm going to unpack a modern oracle. There, look, at the bottom, there's the healing card. So there's definitely healing to be done here. Let's see what's going on here. More guidance for Sarah, please.
Yeah, I mean, right. I I think within that, the relationship that you're referring to, kind of, we've ended things and we've kind of come to terms, but there is still that like unsettling, and so I've been trying to move on and everything like that. So I hear that.
Well, look, here's the emotional loss, heartache, grieving card. That just came out just as you said that. So that's recognising the grief and the hardness that you're going through at the moment, and the healing there. With the stagnation one, again, that would represent that too. So let's unpack this a little bit more. So with the healing there, and with the 10 of Cups, this is saying, you know, if you wanted to, you could heal this relationship. All right. I don't want to give you false hopes, but this is what the cards are indicating. All right. Mm-hmm. So, but I think what needs to happen is that you need to do the healing within. And, you know, if you want to make it work, you can. There's children here. Do you have children together?
No.
Well, this is interesting because the children has come out. The children, childlike, innocent card has come out. And that's either telling me, you know, I keep getting healing. There's something in the inner child that hasn't been healed yet, maybe. And that's the underlying cause to all of this, that sense of
that's interesting. Insecurity. Yeah.
So the children cards there. There's also a travel card here, but this can mean a different thing. This means overseas cruising along, taking your time. And look, I've only got 60 seconds left, Sarah, so I'll quickly reiterate what I've got for you there. This is telling me to cruise along, go with the flow, focus on your healing, and I mean, you may even be travelling, you may even be going overseas, but within the next couple of months, I think things will all sort of, you'll get a clearer perspective with everything that's happened for you in this relationship. Again, I'm getting encouragement. There's something with children here. I think this is asking you to go back to your inner child. Okay, do some inner child work if you can, and do that healing, because that with the star here, that is a beautiful sign for healing, especially next to the 10 of Cups. Okay, that's beautiful. You can't get a more positive reading than that when it comes to relationships, I tell you. So there's hope. There's hope there, sweetheart. Now, I do have to go, Sarah, because I've only got 30 seconds left, but thanks so much for sharing that.
Thank you so much.
I wish you that's okay. Good luck with your healing. Bless be.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope everyone is doing well. So we're entering spooky season. We're in mid-October, and October is a time where a lot of cultures around the world will start to prepare to celebrate and honor their ancestors. And it's a time of letting go and surrendering as well. And so you can think of it as surrendering in your life what is not flourishing. But towards the end of the year, they say that the veil between the worlds becomes thinner. And it's a good time to honor and connect to their crossed over loved ones, their animals, and even parts of themselves that need to be heard and validated. So everyone has a story to tell. And this is a time to make space for storytelling. And also when you can tell a new story, something transformative for yourself. It is a way of learning from those who came before us and taking the wisdom that they imparted. And also acknowledging what attachments to societal conditioning that we may still hold on to that don't serve us. So, people always say that they really want to connect with their loved ones. Some of them worry that they are going to pull them away, disrupt them when they call them in or they want to communicate with them for a reading. But one thing I know for sure is that they don't go too far away ever. That bond of love is always there and they're always around us. And so they like to bring forth messages to us. And so I'm going to give a few messages that come through in a lot of readings that they love to share. So first of all, a lot of times they'll encourage their loved ones to live fully, and they want you to embrace life and just do the things that you're passionate about, like your interests, the things in life you love, that they're placed within you for a reason, and we aren't meant to suppress them. So we're here to experience life, and they want to say to just be open to all the ways that you can express who you are. This will bring more abundance into your life in so many ways, and they want you to remember that. And a lot of it has to do with being in your creative energy. It doesn't necessarily mean artistic creative or anything, but just flowing. It's an energy of flowing because that's our natural state. And so next, they want to remind us to please let go of any guilt. So there is no blame on the other side. Some people will carry the burdens of feeling, bad about not being able to be with their loved ones when they've passed. But a lot of times their loved ones will wait until they're not in the room anymore, until they're alone in the room to go. And this is very common. It's something they chose, and they want you to never feel bad about this. I get this a lot in readings. They want you to remember them, how they lived and not how they died. So who they are and who they were is not defined by that. They want you to let go of any guilt around their passing. So they'll send you signs from above. Most people have mentioned finding change, when it wasn't there moments ago. And they can do this with different things like jewelry, other objects. Change is like the most common one that people will mention. And they'll also send you signs if you ask. So maybe all of a sudden you start seeing rainbows everywhere, or a certain type of flower, an animal, a song on the radio. This is them letting you know that they are always there. And this is very common. They do this a lot. We just kind of need to pay attention. But another thing that they'll do is they'll mess with our electronics in the house. So something like turning on the TV on and off, switching the channels, they'll flicker the lights on and off. This happens a lot. It is not to be confused, though, with them like trying to give you an urgent message or something to worry about. It's really just they're there saying hi. And they're trying to get your attention. So they also want you to know that healing takes time. Be gentle with yourself as you go through this process. It's important to get support when you need to, because you don't have to do it all alone. In fact, they want you to know that you're never alone. And definitely to give yourself grace. Talk to a friend, a counselor. And it's great to get outside in nature and go for a walk. This really helps clear the mind. So also to be in the present moment helps you. Going out for a walk really helps keep you in the present moment. So they really want you to take care of yourself, practice self-love, self-care. And they want to remind us that forgiveness is releasing burdens, releasing the heaviness in the heart that we may be carrying. It's never to say that, you're excusing others' behaviors, but it is realizing that it's not yours to carry. And they encourage us to forgive ourselves when needed. Holding on to blame and anger only creates more heaviness and will hinder your peace. And you can always ask your guides and angels for help to surrender burdens and create peace. But they see the bigger picture on the other side with this and how important it is to release anything or carrying resentments and that type of thing. Because it's a heavy feeling. And like I said, a burden. And they don't want to see us burdened. They don't want to see us carrying around the heaviness. They really want us to be happy. And that, on the bigger picture on the other side, they can see both sides of why things happened. So they want to remind you also about relationships and that they're our biggest teacher. We learn so much from coming to Earth. It's basically a school that we came here to remember who we are and go through soul lessons. And we deal with all kinds of relationships here, and they mirror to us what we need to heal a lot of the times. Our triggers will mirror to us what we need to heal. And we just have to be self-aware and pay attention to how we feel. Again, not suppressing anything. But tell the people also that are in your life that you care for, how much you do care for them. Sometimes they'll express regret when coming through in a reading because they wish that they were more expressive of their feelings when they were here. And they just want to see you and their other loved ones all, being mindful of that, expressing their love for one another. So, they want to see us being happy, and they'll say that it is important to be true to yourself. So live your life for yourself and just not going by what others, want you to do necessarily. I mean, you can always take people's opinions into consideration, but I want you to live by your values and encourage you to follow your heart, because that's what brings that happiness. That's what we're meant to do here. And they support you on your journey, and they're always with you. So they want you to navigate life from your spirit and trust your gut feelings, because they'll give you nudges. They can become similar to a spirit guide. They're not like necessarily a actual spirit guide, but they will, give you nudges, whisper messages in your ear, and help you. And so when you're listening to your intuition, you're acknowledging and noticing those messages that are coming through. And they want you to follow that, as best as you can. I mean, you don't have to be perfect, but they just want you to ultimately find what makes you happy and brings fulfillment in your life. So they also want to talk about, it's okay to move forward and create new memories. So maybe explore new hobbies and interests. This can open the door to fresh new experiences, to new connections, and bringing more happiness and fulfillment in the things that in your day-to-day life. So think about establishing new traditions, things that honor your loved ones, while also honoring, allowing yourself to have new experiences. So if you need to start small, that's okay. Just begin with small steps. Try to engage in things that bring you comfort and joy. So even if it feels awkward at first, which is normal, allow yourself just to have some fun, to smile, and it doesn't diminish your love for them. And sometimes people think that, but it doesn't, and it's healthy and good, and they want you to remember that. Engaging in practices to help you be present, appreciating the moments as they come, making new memories, whether they are pleasant or bittersweet. Just know that there's an ebb and flow when you do this. And it's natural to feel what is lacking, but just in those moments, that's an ebb, but then there will be love that flows back to you again. So I did pull a card real quick that says, no one else can light the way. It's the light in your own heart that will give you the greatest guidance. So even when you feel alone, others can see your light, and with you showing them the way too. And that's the torch that you bear will become the light that inspires other people. And so to step out of your comfort zone and, follow the radiance of your own light will help others do the same, and you'll become an inspiration. And you can show them the way as well and how to do the same and be there for them. But that is going to do it for me today. So if you would like to book a reading, you can always go to stan.store/mediumandrea. And I am almost finished doing my self-love course. It's a free mini course. So you can go check that out if you would like to. Thank you so much. Have a great week. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Insights and Healing
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I hope you are having an awesome Tuesday. For those of you who do not know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a life coach, a Reiki master, a hypnotherapist, a shamanic energy healer, and a pranic energy healer. If you would like to follow me, you can go to my Facebook page at Angels Always Around Us, or my Instagram is at Angel Margaret P, and my website is Angels Always Around Us. I do psychic readings and energy healings, hypnotherapy, life coaching, all that good stuff. While we are waiting for a caller to come on the line, I will let you guys know of some upcoming events that are happening at the end of this month on October 24th at 6 o'clock p.m. Is our Special Angels game night for a night of inclusive game fun for those with and without disabilities. On November 6th at the Delco Axe House, me and Mel Thompson will be doing psychic readings there. So come on out and throw some axes with the family and get a psychic reading, have some fun. And then on November 9th and 10th is the Awaken Expo at the Plymouth Meeting Mall. I will be there doing readings and healings. Also on Saturday the 9th at 2 p.m. I will be giving a talk on guardian angels, who they are. Does everybody have one? We're going to share some experiences. We're going to share what I know with y'all about the guardian angels and what they do, how we can get closer to them, all kinds of awesome good stuff. And then also on November 20th, we are having a psychic readings and paint night at a Flick of the Wrist Paint, also right next to Delco Axe House. Nell from Nashville, Tennessee, how are you today?
Hi, I'm wonderful. Thank you. How are you?
I am good, thank you. How can I help you today?
I was just looking for a message for my highest and greatest good.
Mm-hmm. Just in general, then?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look. I'm going to pull some angel cards for you today and see what they want you to know.
Thank you.
Ooh, they're all good ones, but this is a good one. So this is Leela, and she comes to tell you that you need to spend more time meditating. And what's popping out at me with this card now, not sure how well you can see it, but it would be better if I could center it better. I apologize. The sunrise is coming up, and what I'm hearing is that you're not taking enough quiet time in the morning before you start getting going. And for a lot of people, that can be really hard because, we know we got to do things and we want to get moving. We want to get the day started. But, we need to check in with spirit every day. We need to make sure, we start the day off on a good foot, because we all know the world out there can be kind of nasty. So we want to have that good foot kind of help us put our armor on and kind of get ready for the day. So Leela wants you to spend more time outside in nature, more time meditating, just more time being quiet again, especially in the mornings. And I know for a lot of people, mornings can be hard, but if you can squeeze 7 to 10 minutes in, I promise you, from personal experience and experience of other clients I've worked with, it will change your day. If you can start with that 7 to 10 minutes of just quiet, devotional time, whether it be in prayer, meditation, just sitting silently waiting for spirit to talk to you. Even if spirit doesn't talk to you, allow those few moments of, let me just sit and be still. It will change your day for the better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then I have more for you. So our next card is Grace and Antoinette. And they come, there's a situation, it feels like it's a family type or a very close friend type situation here that you got going on, where you're kind of butting heads a little bit. And Grace and Antoinette come with us and they tell us to, they come to us and they tell us to, take a step back and try to see it from the other person's perspective. And that can be very difficult because sometimes, our ego steps in and we're just like, I'm right, they're wrong, I don't care. And, sometimes we have to take that step back and just be like, wait, what would spirit want me to do? Where is spirit in all this? Because sometimes, it's not about being right. Sometimes it's about listening to the other person. Sometimes if you can just reach out and help that other person feel listened to, help them feel validated, it doesn't mean you have to agree with them. You can even say something similar to like, oh, thank you for sharing that with me. Now I can see where you're coming from. I may not agree with your opinion, but at least I can see where you're coming from. And I think the meditation that Leela wants you to, good. I think the meditation she wants you to go into in the mornings, I think this is also going to help you to where you're going to be able to kind of see things a little better and take that step back. I think in those quiet moments, Spirit's going to start whispering to you, hey, this is why she's doing that right now. It's not necessarily her fault because sometimes, we just get caught up reacting to the world. And, when we're having this human experience, it can be really hard to not react to the world. But sometimes we just have to remember everybody's going through their own battles we don't know anything about. And, we can have close friends and we can have people who are close to us, but I guarantee you there is still some level, nobody knows 100% about any other person on the planet. There is still some level of mystery in there that we don't know about. So you want to make sure that you're allowing yourself time to kind of take that step back, see where they're coming from, and allow yourself to just kind of, okay, it doesn't mean I agree with it, but at least I can see their point of view. A lot of times, and a lot of times, I'm sure you've heard the expression, don't judge anybody till you walk a mile in their shoes, correct?
Yes.
So, interesting expression because, yes, you don't want to judge somebody based on, if you don't have all the information, but the reality is, like, we can't walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. We can be empathetic and we can walk a mile next to them on their journey, but how they perceive whatever is happening with them would be totally different than how we perceive what's happening if it was our situation. Because we've all had this accumulative of different experiences that help us understand and grow and just move forward in life.
Mm-hmm.
So I have one more card I'm going to pull for you because the angels are telling me you definitely need this card. And this is Bethany. This is Bethany. And Bethany comes to tell you to take some time for yourself and to do more self-care. Now, you've got a meditation card coming up. Now you've got Bethany telling you to take care. Now, I tell you, I don't know, exactly what's going on in your life, but I recommend you try to carve out like 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes at night because these two cards are telling me your life is way too busy. You need to reprioritize a little bit.
Thank you. That makes so much sense. Yes, I do.
And you'll find as you prioritize more and as you put spirit first, you put the divine first, it's going to be more peaceful. Yeah, you might be like, I don't know where I'm going to come up with this 20 minutes this crazy lady is talking about, but just try it. I'm telling you, if you can do 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes at night, and you do that consecutively for like at least 3 weeks, it takes us 3 weeks to start building a habit. So if you do that consecutively for 3 weeks, and that doesn't mean, you don't beat yourself up because, oh my God, I went to church Sunday and I forgot to pray, or I forgot to meditate, or whatever it is you're going to do. It doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to try more often than not. Even if in the 3 weeks you can do 5 days out of 7, you're good. You just have to make the effort and allow it, and it will happen. It'll become a habit, and you will find your stress level will go down and your peace will go up.
I love this. I'm definitely going to try it.
Well, I hope that was helpful for you.
Yes, it really was. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You are very welcome. And please make sure, if you're having a little trouble with that struggle or just in general, please check out my Facebook group, Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. And in that group, Monday through Friday, I post affirmations. I post little education nuggets with crystal tips, angel tidbits, wellness tips, spirit animal tips, different things like that, just to kind of share some of my knowledge and help people get some affirmations to start their day. Those affirmations are usually posted around 6 a.m. So it's generally
that's so great.
So again,
that sounds amazing. Thank you.
Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. It's a group on Facebook. You can also follow me at Angels Always Around Us on Facebook or at Angel Margaret P on Instagram. And I hope to connect with you online soon.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too now. So for those of you who are just clicking in, again, I am Margaret Phillips from Angels Always Around Us. I'm a psychic medium, a life coach, and an energy healer. We have like a minute or two, it looks like. So again, October, the fourth Saturday in October, which is, I believe, October 26th. My calendar's being weird. October 24th, I'm sorry, at 6 p.m. I knew there was a 6 in there somewhere. October 24th at 6 p.m. at the Awaken Center at the Plymouth Meeting Mall is our Special Angels game night for those with and without disabilities. Come on out and have some fun with us. November 6th at the Delco Axe House. Me and Mel Thompson from Enlightened Spirit will be doing psychic readings from 6 to 8 p.m. In person and live. If you are local to the area and you want to come out there, feel free, please. If you would like to reserve a time for a reading, shoot me a message because there are spots filling up already. And then again, the Awaken Expo is at the Plymouth Meeting Mall at the Awaken Center, November 9th and 10th. Those are all day events. They're like 11 to 7 on Saturday, 11 to 5 on Sunday. And I will be giving a talk on Saturday at 2 p.m. on the 9th. You guys can check out my website, Angels Always Around Us, or my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, to get more information about what I'm doing and where I'm going next. Thanks for joining me, everybody.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDSPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is astrology and psychic reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I am your host, Lady D, for this segment. And for the people in Sydney, it's a new time of 2 p.m., not 1 p.m., as daylight savings have happened here in Sydney. So this week ahead, it is going to be, I feel like, it's a mix with a lot of transits that are coming up this week. The big thing we have on the 17th of October, we do have a full moon that is going to be on the 17th of October at 10:26 p.m. in Aries. It is my time here in Sydney. This full moon, it is going to be about strength. It's about, I'm going to say courage, but it's also about anger, aggression. We're seeing so much happening around the world, and I feel like this is going to be bringing on a lot more stuff happening around the world because we are dealing with Aries, which is the god of war. So there is going to be war things, unfortunately, also coming up because we've also got the moon squaring both Mars and also both Pluto, Mars and Pluto during this full moon. So we could be seeing some sort of ending. I have a feeling there's going to be something maybe with an economy or the economies around the world, but also having that emotionally fueled anger might be coming up. So things that trigger your emotions might make you more frustrated or anger with that square to Mars. We do have a sextile to Jupiter during this full moon that's going to be a bit of a boost of luck here. But I feel like It's going to be about, I feel like being pushed, or I feel like maybe someone's trying to push you in a direction you don't want to go, just people being pushed here. There might be a thing of trying to be a bit diplomatic about people even pushing you what side you're going to pick. I do feel like there's going to be something that gets uncovered here, like someone, we see the real person, so someone that's been hiding behind a mask. We might see their true colours coming up this week with this full moon. And I feel like we got on the 14th, we've got Mercury moving into Scorpio. So that's going to be, with that, when people who have Mercury in Scorpio, they can be a little bit secretive, keeping their cards close to their chest. There is a thing about loyalty and trust that's also going on with that transit. And it's going to, it's also about, getting what you want and how to approach people to say how to get what you want as well. We've got all week, we do have Venus tri Mars, which is helping us to strength through relationships and also money. We've also got the square with Mercury and Mars will stop on the 15th. And then we've got till the 15th, we've still got the Mercury square Jupiter, which is giving you a lot of courage to be able to say what you need to say to people too. All week, we're going to have Mars tri Saturn, which is going to be good for any problems, giving us that strength and that courage to sort of move through any issues, any problems that are going to come up. We have an opposition all week for Venus to Uranus. That's bringing about something unexpected with relationships and also money. It's a trend. It's an opposition, so the planets are opposite each other in the chart. So it can be good or bad. We've also got things with Chiron, which is dealing with emotional wounds that's coming up too. And Mars is going to start its opposition with Pluto on the 15th. And on the 12th, we also have Mars sextile Uranus, which is an unexpected courage. So unexpected strength that I find is going to be coming up to help people too. So we do have a lot of good transits. And then we've also got transits that are causing a bit of friction. I just feel like things are going to be building up to this full moon that is kind of be coming up here on next Thursday. So, but in the meantime, we do have some good aspects and we've got so I feel like this week's going to be very much up and down. That's going to be coming up here. So we'll go to the caller now. So we've got Tiffany, who's in Darlingford, who's in Canada. So, hi, Tiffany. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I was just wondering if anything would bring up with my career, finances, relationships, health.
Okay.
Anything related to that?
Yeah. Instantly, I just get when I go to your career, I feel like you don't have a voice, or you're feeling like you don't have a voice. It's like I'm straining to talk to you or to get something out. So I don't know if you feel like people are ignoring you, or when you speak up, like no one's listening to you. But I feel like as I flip here, I feel like that's about to change for you, especially when we're getting in November. I feel like it's like you can speak up, or people want to hear what you're saying. Too, it's like you've got the courage of getting. I also feel like there's like some sort of announcement there, but it's a good announcement that's coming up for where you are. I also feel like you're also wanting to move forward, and you're wanting to move forward where you are, but you're stuck, like you're being held back, or you can't, or you're just being stuck and delayed. I also getting my mouth is getting dry. So I don't know if you get thirsty, or your mouth you get quite dry yourself too. But I'm keeping hearing things are about to change for you, and it is a big way. I do feel like it's a step up. And it's like when you get given this opportunity, it's like you've been ready for it, but you're feeling nervous and anxiety because it's like, oh no, it's actually here. But you need to move forward, like you need to move this. I feel like you're able to do it. You have constructive criticism. You're there to help people too as well. What do you do for your work?
So right now I'm a stay-at-home mom. I do hairdressing. I work on the farm with my husband, and I'm actually just going to get into doing some facial stuff with my girlfriend. That's likely what you are talking about. I've been nervous about.
Right. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know. I just feel like by November it's going to be clear to you with what's coming on. Okay, let's see where we're going to go. Okay, I feel like the voice thing, it might be to do with your friend. I feel like that it's like, I don't know if they've got more experience than you or they've been doing it for a longer time, but it's like they think they know what they're doing, but you have good input, but I feel like they're not listening to you. That's where I feel like the communication is going to be coming in. I feel like it's a start. I feel like you guys, like, you work well as a team, but someone needs to be the leader here. But I kind of feel like you're the better leader. I feel like this partnership might be a little bit short term. I just feel like you're going to be, you're better off being like the boss and then having someone help you. Is where I feel like. Because I feel like if your friend's good as a friend, but it's like two chiefs, like two people that are the boss. One person needs to be the boss. One person needs to be the leader, not leader, the follower, the assistant. That's where. But I feel like in the end you will sort of do things on your own. Your husband does support you, but the stuff is the farm. I feel like you're moving away from the farm, and it's more about what you like to do. I feel like so you like doing more the facials or the beauty.
Yeah, I'm into, like, I've done nails and I have my hairdressing license, and so now I'm taking on this facial line too.
It will grow. It will grow. I feel like you're doing a lot of. You're also using. I'm seeing that viral foundation, a Korean foundation. I feel like you're doing a lot of perhaps into makeup too. That's going to be coming in here as well. How long will it be? Look, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like with your friend, you will stay with her for until like next year, perhaps around even March or even April next year. And then I feel like it's like you want to go on your own. You might not do it with her. I just feel like this might not be long term with her.
Okay.
And you know hair very well. I will say that too. Like, you know hair very well as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel like with the opportunity I saw you getting, where I saw you being scared and nervous, I think that's you doing it on your own, but you can do it. But there's rumblings in November, so perhaps when you're starting your beauty, the facial thingy. But I also feel like you might be doing like parties, like perhaps going to people's houses and doing like facial parties or pampering parties too. But I do feel like you're gonna be quite good. Let's look at relationships for you. I get that you're very loved and you're very, very adored as well in your family. I feel like your husband wants to support you the best he can as well. But it's like hard work. So I just feel for him, what he does when they have the farm, what he does, it's just very hard work for him. And I feel like he needs an extra pair of hands or he does need extra help as well. I also feel like, I don't like someone who's not interested. So I don't know, it's not you. I feel like it's like a child, I don't know if you've got any children, but someone's not interested in doing farm stuff there too. So let's see. I also have a gentleman with me in spirit, and he seems very polite as well. He's a good-mannered man. I feel like he told me that he is tall. I am seeing him in a suit. But he presents himself very, very well. Is your father passed over?
So his grandfather passed away. I'm assuming it would be him.
Was he a tall man and did he wear like a suit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well mannered. He's also telling me he's good with money as well. And he's proud of you, what you've accomplished, what you've done. He's
would it be like a grandfather figure kind of thing?
Yeah, I see it.
My grandfather passed away too.
The suit that I'm seeing him in, it's not like what I'd see. That's an old-fashioned kind of suit. Like it's just the way how it sits on him. I just feel like it's something sort of not recent. But he has a very high stamina. He has good posture as well, and I just feel like he's quite broad, but skinny and tall as well. He's not like a string bean. He's broad, but he's also very helpful, very charming, very sincere. But I feel like he's got money in his pocket. I feel like he's good with money, with his money on him too. But what's the message quickly? His message is that he loves you and it's a job well done. Like he does want to applaud you. And even he's saying to me that you got to do things on your own to move ahead. It's like I really feel like you need to be the leader or you need to be a boss. Is what I feel like for you. So I hope I've helped you today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's okay. So guys, thank you for joining me. If you, I will be at the MBS next week, so I'll be live from the MBS in Sydney, Darling Harbour, and they'll be at 2:00 if you're in Sydney. Around if you're in America, it is at that 11. I think it's like 11 o'clock p.m. Time slot. So if you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is Lady D Psychic Parties. Instagram is Lady D S Psychic, and TikTok is Lady D Psychic. My YouTube video is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. I'll find it underneath that. So thank you, and I'll see you next week. So bye for now.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from BrandyKahn.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Stellar Parent
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Tuesday, everybody. And from Houston, Texas, welcome to Stellar Parenting with Brandy. I am your host, intuitive astrologer Brandy Kahn. I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about teaching parents, teachers, and guardians how to combine the magic of the stars with the art of consciously raising children. You can find me online at brandycon.com. That's Brandy with an I, and Con is Khan. And if you are interested in being a caller on my show, please join my Facebook group, Psychology Infused Astrology, and sign the list, and I will be happy to have you on the show. So for today, what we're going to do, we are going to go over transits for the week. We've got a really busy week when it comes to the sky. So I'm going to go over the transits with you, and we will do our weekly series of In the Spotlight, and then we should have time for a caller. So if you are interested in either an astrology reading or a tarot reading, please call into the show, and I'd love to speak with you. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into the astrology for the week, to the transits for the week. So we just had Mercury, the planet of communication, moving out of the sign of Libra and into the sign of Scorpio. So this is going to slightly shift how we think and how we communicate with each other. And Mercury is in Scorpio for the next 3 weeks. So with Mercury and Scorpio, it's a really good time for strategic planning, for really deep thinking and having deep conversations with the people in our lives about things that we have probably been uncomfortable to discuss before. So Mercury and Scorpio is the perfect time to do that. You might also notice that your intuition might seem a lot stronger over the next few weeks with Mercury and Scorpio, and you might find yourself even being more direct and more honest with people around you. But, this can go both ways. So I want you to remember with Mercury and Scorpio, yes, it's good to be honest. It's great to be direct, but remember to use empathy and remember to heavily weigh the consequences of using certain words with people in your life. You want to make sure that you are being sensitive to their needs as well as you are expressing yourself. Alrighty, so as of yesterday, guys, we have the Sun in Libra squaring Mars in Cancer. And if you know anything about astrology, you know that with a square, there is an aspect of tension, brings tension. So you might find yourself, and over the last couple of days, maybe you've noticed it, you might be feeling a little bit more short-tempered, or maybe you're feeling a little bit more frustrated, not only with yourself, but with those around you, okay? And on top of all of that, on top of the Sun squaring Mars, we do have Chiron. Chiron is opposing the Sun and squaring Mars. So Chiron is in this mix as well. So be very aware about how you are using this energy this week. You can use it for healing. You can use it for having really hard conversations. But if you're not being deliberate or intentional, then this energy can lead to having needless conflicts with the people around you and the people that are in your life. Also yesterday, we officially had Venus opposing Uranus, and Venus is still opposing Uranus for the better part of this week. And so what I want you to remember with that transit is to expect the unexpected. So simply expect the unexpected. There can be surprise developments, things that happen in your life that you never saw coming, or things just might seem a little bit unsettled or maybe unstable or like they're in flux for you with this Venus opposing Uranus. But, this aspect can also bring exciting new creative projects as well. So if there's anything that you've been wanting to try that's different, or if you just want to break out of your daily routine, step out of your daily routine and use this energy consciously and in a functional way, change up your way to work. Change up what you have for breakfast or what you have for lunch. Do something a little different and have fun with this particular transit. All right, and so today, Tuesday, October 15th, we have Venus in Scorpio trining Neptune. Now, with the trine, that's a supportive aspect, okay? And this might be a supportive transit if you find yourself really needing to release something in your life, and stop trying so hard and just allow what's going to happen. Allow the pieces of the puzzle to fall into place. So with Venus trine Neptune, it's almost like we feel called just to trust, just to take our hands off of the steering wheel and say to the universe, thy will be done. Thy will be done. I trust that what is unfolding is for my highest good, and I trust that I am being led to the place that I need to be. And with Venus trining Neptune, you might feel a lot more sensitive to the energy around you. You might feel a lot more sensitive. You might be feeling your emotions or other people's emotions in a much more pronounced way. And if so, it's okay to take time for yourself. It's okay to take time alone if you need to do that. So please remember that. All right, big thing this week. On Thursday, we will have a full moon at 24 degrees of Aries. And with this full moon in Aries, there may be a surge of energy that makes you feel really brave, bold, and courageous. And you might decide to take action and to move forward with something that you've been thinking about or planning for quite some period of time. What I want you to remember is generally with full moons, we experience our emotions in a much stronger way, in a much more intense way. And with this full moon is not only ruled by Mars in Cancer, this full moon will also be squaring Mars in Cancer. So there's the square again, the 90-degree angle that can indicate some feelings of tension, okay? So this really is going to amp up the feelings or the emotional quality of this full moon. So keep that in mind. And with Mars in Cancer and the moon, you might notice that there are themes in your life this week dealing like with home, family, childhood, your relationship with your mother, anything like that. But it's the perfect time to leave certain patterns of behavior behind that we've been wanting to release for some time. So with these transits this week, I really want you all to practice self-awareness. Have self-awareness this week, all right? And be very intentional about how you are using this energy. How are you creating? Because you are all very, very powerful creators, and you can shape your reality. So my question to you is, how are you going to use all of the energy this week to shape your reality? So be very intentional and deliberate about that. Now, for our weekly series of In the Spotlight, we do have Moon in Scorpio this week. So if your child has their moon in the sign of Scorpio, or if there are other personal planets, let's say Mercury, Mars, Venus, or, what about the sun, the luminary of the sun? Yes, the sun as well. I would like for you to listen. And this is very important. And I'm coming more so from the aspect of the moon in Scorpio, because the moon is so important when we're talking about our children and we're talking about how we parent them, because the moon helps us to understand our children at a very deeper level, because the moon not only represents our feelings and our emotions and our sensitivity, but the moon also symbolizes what makes us feel safe, what makes us feel secure, what makes us feel nurtured. And you really want to know that about your child. That's a key part of their inner psychology. So when it comes to Scorpio, Scorpio is a fixed water sign. So emotions are very pronounced when it comes to Scorpio and Scorpio placements, and persistence, consistency and focus is something that's also important. So it's essential that you understand with Scorpio that there is a deep psychological need with this sign. And the deep psychological need at play for Scorpio is for transformation, healing, and empowerment. Okay? And, with pop astrology, there's a lot of misunderstanding that's being perpetuated as far as the sign of Scorpio goes. And I don't quite think it's all fair. There's very dark traits or characteristics that are attributed to the sign of Scorpio. And I understand that. But what I want you to remember is that every one of the 12 signs, there's a spectrum of expression. We can express that energy at the highest level, right? And be very, very balanced. Or we can express that energy at the lowest level and be, very unbalanced or dysfunctional. So, when it comes to the lower level of Scorpio, there can be some intensity as far as behavior that people could be acting out. But that's with all of the 12 signs. And I don't think that Scorpio should so much bear the brunt of it, which I think they do many times. But if you have a child, or, there's even an adult with moon and Scorpio placements, or other personal planets there, or the sun, they're going to be very hypersensitive. They feel things at a very, very deep level. But as they're feeling things at a deep level, so many times the people around them are completely unaware because they tend to keep their emotions hidden. The emotions are internalized and they're buried very, very deep many times, and it makes it difficult for them to express their feelings. Now, this can be a problem for two reasons. Number one, emotions that are not integrated within our bodies, they can impact our physical health. And all you have to do, there's so much information now about somatic healing, about how we store anger in our liver or grief in our lungs, right? And if we don't process that emotion, it can lead to physical unwellness. So what we want to do with our children who've got their moon in Scorpio, we want to help them to process and integrate that emotion, talk about what they're feeling, if you can get them to open up. And I say, if you can get them to open up, because one of my children does have his moon in the sign of Scorpio, and it's very difficult to get him to open up. Number two, another reason why, holding on to emotions, like for people with Scorpio placements, it can be a problem, is because eventually everything that's held inside, it's like, water behind the dam that just bursts open eventually, right? So we can stuff our emotions and repress our emotions. And then there's just, the straw that will break the camel's back one day, and it just comes bubbling forward. And many times it comes bursting out in a very dysfunctional or harmful way. So we want to make sure that we're helping our children to feel their feelings and to acknowledge their emotions before we get to a breaking point. And if you are an adult listening to this with strong Scorpio placements, I would advise the same for you as well. And with Scorpio placements, there's a potential for very, very strong levels of intuition or intuitive development. So please keep that in mind. If you have a child with their moon in Scorpio, they're very sensitive to energy. They're sensitive to the people around them. They're sensitive to the environment around them. But, one of their gifts is they have a knack for discovering what is hidden or finding buried knowledge. They could make really good researchers or detectives. And as I was growing up, one of my favorite series to read was Nancy Drew, the girl detective. And I imagine Nancy Drew was a Scorpio. I mean, there was no case that she could not solve. And so that's one of the gifts of Scorpio. So with children and adults with their moon in Scorpio, there's this experiencing of the emotions in a very intense manner. And so I want to talk about anger. And how do you approach teaching your child about anger, especially if they've got strong Scorpio energy in their chart? So should we teach our children that anger is bad and to stuff it and repress it? That's what we should teach, right? Absolutely not. No. Anger is one of our 6 primal emotions, and anger is our protector emotion. And it lets us know when our boundaries have been crossed or our needs are not being met. And our children will need their anger in order to speak up for themselves as they are growing up into adults. And I'll use myself, for example. I grew up in Mississippi. Southern hospitality is a real thing down there. And as a young girl, I was programmed not only by my family, but also teachers and society at large, that anger was bad. Good girls don't get angry. Never show that you're angry. Always be sweet. Always be sweet. You want to be sweet. You want people to think of you as being a sweet girl, right? That was the programming that I had. And it made it very difficult as I grew into an adult to really be assertive and to speak up for myself and to really know how to work with my anger in a way where I was not just completely repressing it. So anger used responsibly can be a mobilizing force, and it can help us to take care of ourselves. And I want you to teach your children that all their feelings are safe. And if they are feeling anger, help them to name what they're feeling. Where is it located in their body? What color is it? And we can channel that anger in a very constructive way, either through physical activity. Your child can ride their bike. They can listen to music, go play the piano, paint a picture. That's the way that we process and integrate anger. So please remember that as parents, share that with your children. And if you've got a child with their moon in Scorpio, I wish you all the best. They are very, very sensitive individuals, but very aware of the energy around them. Okay? Alrighty, so now we are going to head to our caller, and we have our caller on the line. Hello, how are you? Irene?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Irene, how are you doing? How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well. And you're from the UK, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Nice to have you here. Thank you so much for joining. Now, for today, would you like astrology or tarot?
Let's go for tarot, shall we?
Okay. Yes, we sure can. All right, and I'm going to shuffle the cards. And is there anything in particular, any area in particular you wanted me to focus on?
I don't know, I guess maybe the future.
The future. Okay. All right, so let me just connect here with the energy. Irene. We want to know about the future. Okay. Future. Okay. Okay, Irene. So I'm going to use a Celtic cross as the spread, and I want you to tell me when to stop, please.
Okay, stop.
Okay, great. All righty. Oh, wow. Okay. So this is a very strong spread that I have, and I do have the Wheel of Fortune as the card showing what's going on right now. So with the Wheel of Fortune, I always think of change. There's some type of change that's occurring or that has possibly just happened. And usually with this change, though, it's something that you feel is positive. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. But I do have as the challenge card, the judgment card. And so there's this sense, though, of change that is coming or change that has come that feels positive, but either you might feel a little bit uneasy about it or other people have judgment about the change. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. And your personal power card, we actually have the Ace of Cups. And I will mention, it almost feels as if there's something here dealing with a relationship or a partnership. Is that a particular area of your life right now, a significant area?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Because over the next couple weeks, I did draw the Magician card. All right. So there is this ability to connect with the universe and manifest exactly what you want to manifest. And as I'm saying that, and as I'm feeling into this energy right now, Irene, I know that I'm guided to tell you to make sure that you're focusing on what you want and not so much what you don't want. I do feel that you do a good job of focusing on what you want, but I feel like sometimes those other thoughts, doubts, insecurities, they may creep in a little bit. Does that make sense to you?
Right, yeah.
Yes. So I know that there's this whole thing about, especially over the next 2 weeks, to be very deliberate about what it is that you want to bring forth in your life, what it is that you want to create, because it almost feels as if when I'm tapping into your energy right now, it feels like that I've got this open highway in front of me and I'm getting ready to choose exactly where I want to go. And so with this choice, with this level of openness energetically, I know that your guides are coming through to say, make sure that you're creating intentionally with this energy. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Okay. And then over the next 4 weeks, I will say I do have the Two of Cups. Okay. And with the Two of Cups, this is a relationship card, meaning that either there could be a relationship presently that grows to a deeper level, that feels like, yeah, we're really on the same page and we vibe very well. Do you already have that relationship in your life?
Yeah.
Okay.
As in, I've got a relationship in my life. It might not be as connected as what I want it to be at the minute, I guess. But is that what you mean then in 4 weeks' time?
Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, thank you for clarifying about that. I do feel that things get deeper over the next month. I do feel that we go to a deeper level. The reason why that I can say that with such certainty is because not only do we have the Two of Cups that comes up in the, a future position, but in the outcome position of the spread, we have the Lovers, which is a major arcana card, almost that looks exactly like the Two of Cups. And with the Lovers, there's, this whole thing around a connection with someone else, and it feels like it could possibly be a soul connection. So I do feel as if there's a deepening of the relationship that you have in your life that will be coming over the next few weeks. One of the things that does pop up, I know that you're, it comes up in the position of maybe what you're afraid of what you want to kind of avoid is, I do have the Six of Swords, which for me means moving on from a difficult time, like moving into calmer waters, moving into a better position. So I know that I want to say that, especially over the last 6 to 7 months, I do feel as if it's been a bumpy road for you. I don't feel as if things have always been the easiest, but it does feel now as if things are shifting and you're making a decision to head into calmer territory. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. Also, I do have the Ace of Pentacles that comes up in the position of external influences. Usually when I see that, there's been either a new job that's taken or a new job offer that someone is considering.
Yeah.
Does that
Right.
that make sense?
I've got a new job, yeah. As in I'm like about 4 or 5 months into a new job.
Awesome. Okay, good. Awesome. And I know that with that feeling though, with this new job, it almost feels like as I'm, connecting with you, as if my identity has shifted. How I see myself is changed. How I'm conducting myself and walking through the world has changed, and I'm feeling a lot more empowered. Do you understand that?
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Now, the final card, the answer card that we have here, is the High Priestess. And I know that I want to say, as you are, traversing this new territory, your relationship is growing deeper. You've got a new job. It feels like, I'm creating my life deliberately. I want you to always remember to tap into your intuition, to always honor what you're feeling, honor what information is coming to you, honor what you feel in your body, what your gut is telling you. Always listen to and honor your intuition and your connection with your higher self. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. And I know that as I'm looking at the High Priestess card, my eye is drawn to the full moon there. And I know that we've got a full moon here in the States on Thursday, and it may come later in the UK or earlier. I'm not sure. But so I know that this full moon is significant for you and how you are creating your future. Okay, Irene?
Okay. Brilliant.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We are at time, but thank you so much for joining. Okay, Irene?
Thank you. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, bye. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our episode this week of Stellar Parenting with Brandy, and I'm always happy to be here with you. And I'm wishing you love, joy, peace, harmony throughout the week. Please remember to use all of the energy of the planets this week in a very deliberate and intentional way. And I'll see you back here next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Well, I'm happy to report here, even though we've had a few storms, we're quite safe here and nothing much is happening. But we can't say the same for our dear family and friends in Florida. They must be going through a really tumultuous time now as they wait for that hurricane to sort of bear down on them. I can only begin to imagine, the fear, the terror, the everything else, the mixed emotions, trying to get out, trying to save as much of your personal important things as you possibly can as you flee your home and not knowing what's ahead. So we send our prayers and our love and wrap our arms around them and hope that everybody's going to be safe during this terrible time and this storm that's impending that, could strike at any time now in Florida. So our hearts and our thoughts and everything do go out to you. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is a really lovely card, and it's called the Nine of Pentacles. It's peace of mind and contentment. I wish we could send this card to Florida right now to all our family and friends there. But it's a card of where when you've done a lot of work and you've done a lot of work on yourself, or you've been working really hard on situations in your life, this is a really beautiful card to come out because it says finally we've got peace of mind, we've got contentment. We can start to breathe a little bit easier. We can sigh an exhale and just sort of say, oh, wow, we made that. And that's really important because sometimes I think in our lives we get so overwhelmed with things that we don't realise that we need to take stock and take time to sort of really say to ourselves, look, we made it, we did it. Congratulate yourself, give yourself a pat on the back, a packet of gold stars, whatever it takes, and just sort of savour the moment because there's not too many times in our busy lives that we can turn around and take a breather and say we finally have peace and contentment and that, this is peace of mind is worth more than all the money in the world. If you can have peace of mind, you've got everything along with your good health. So let's hope that this card brings, peace and contentment to those that are fighting weather events around the world and for those people that are in the war zone areas also as well. We hope they find peace and contentment. So it's really interesting astrologically this week. I haven't seen it for such a long time now where the planets were all sort of scattered all over the chart. It was wonderful to see, instead of them all bunched up together and sort of all holding hands together, to see them out, playing in the astrology world on their own and having a little bit of freedom, which is nice. It's a very, very good thing. So we're going to start with the Libran energy this week. Happy birthday to all the Librans around the world. I know that they're enjoying party mode and it's a very important time of the year if it's your birthday because it's the time for you to shine. It's time for you to turn around and say, well, I made another year and I'll blow out my candles and make my wishes for the coming 12 months. And that's a really positive time. For the rest of the 11 signs, Libran time of the year is the time where we can all get in touch with our inner truth. It's a time where we need to balance the scales in our lives, look at things that are going on and ask ourselves, have I got to the truth? Have I got to the balance? Have I got to the reason behind things that are happening in my lives now so that we can sort of move forward as we move, through the zodiac year, that we can move forward and take the lessons with us that we've learnt during this time. Now, we have Jupiter, the planet of luck and opportunity, is sitting in Gemini at the moment, so it's going to be affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Aquarius and Libra, the opposite sign of Sagittarius. Now, Jupiter is making what's known as a trine, which is a very lovely flowing aspect at the moment to Mercury in Libra. And when Mercury's sitting in Libra, it means we really need to dig deep, all 12 signs do, to find the truth, to find the balance in what we're searching for in our lives at the moment. And I've already just touched on that. It's a time to sort of really look, are we bringing our lives into balance? Have we communicated? Have we been fair to other people? Is there things there that we need to resolve? So with Jupiter sitting here and making this beautiful trine, which is a flowing aspect to Mercury in Libra, it means all the 12 signs have the opportunity to maybe broaden their horizons on a communication level. It's not the time to go in there all guns blazing. Go in there with a bit of sweetness and light, and maybe you might be very pleasantly surprised with how well the negotiations or the communication goes, because you haven't gone in there in an aggressive manner. You've gone in there on a nice, friendly, gentle sort of manner, and if you're going for a bank loan or sort of needing to renegotiate a contract or, doing something legal, this is the perfect aspect, no matter what your star sign is. If you go in with the right attitude, don't go in with guns all a-blazing. So it's really also interesting at the moment for those that are seeking love. It's always a difficult sort of time in your life when you feel ready for a new relationship and one's not necessarily springing forward. Well, the planet of love and affection, Venus, is actually sitting in Scorpio at the moment. Now, the Scorpio energy is known as the lovers of the zodiac. People sort of affectionately say, if you want a good lover, find a Scorpio. I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think any sign can be a wonderful lover. It's depending on what you're looking for or the love that you're looking for in your life. But Venus is certainly sitting in Scorpio at the moment. So if you were to attract new love at this time, I feel it would be somebody that could be quite intense, somebody that has very deep emotions. Maybe they have some issues that they need to sort out or resolve around themselves or matters of the heart. So take that into consideration too. It's always nice to have somebody that's, deeply emotional, but sometimes with deep emotions comes baggage as well. So you need to be prepared for the whole package. I'm not trying to turn you off falling in love with a Scorpio, and I'm not sort of trying to turn you off going out there and seeking love. What I'm suggesting to you is make sure that you've got your eyes wide open. You may at this time attract somebody that's a little bit more serious or a little bit more intense, or sometimes has deeper emotions than maybe what you're ready to deal with. So just be a little bit aware of that, please. Now, I'm going to work with Chiron. Now, Chiron's not actually a planet. Chiron's where we look for the wounded healer in our chart, and Chiron is currently sitting in Aries. It will be there, and it's going retrograde or backwards until the end of the year. Now, retrograde or backwards means that the energy is sort of not so much in your face, but it's more subtle, it's more hidden, it's more intense. It's something that where we need to go inside ourselves and ask ourselves the answers. Now, this is directly affecting Aries. It is also affecting the other fire signs, which is Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It will wash over the other remaining signs, but not be quite as intense. Now, the intensity really is for Aries. It's asking Aries to sort of really reevaluate their lives. It's not the time to sit on the fence. The fence is going to become too prickly. You can't sit there. You've got to make some decisive decisions. Now, I know a lot of Aries people, and a lot of them have been saying, oh, 1 minute I think this way, and the next minute I think that way, and I can't really make up my mind, and it's not like me. I'm usually very decisive. Well, this is why, because Chiron is there, and it's stirring everything up. It's stirring everything up from the past. It's asking you to look at things. It's asking you to let go of any anger that you might have, or frustration, or things that didn't work out the way that you wanted them to in your past. Not everything in our lives goes the way that we want it to. So this is a message for all the 12 signs. If there's anything from your past that you need to let go, work through it, let go of it in the best way that you can. Don't hold grudges. Don't hold things within inside you, because that festers and it creates dis-ease in the body if we have frustration that we're sort of locking away. I'm not saying every illness, every twinge, every aches and pains that you get is because of a blocked energy or something you haven't processed. I think that would be ridiculous to think that way. And I know a lot of people do, and that's fine. If that's your belief system, that's great. It's not mine, because I think you have to take in other factors as well. Not everything is a blocked energy in your body because you've got a pimple, or you've got an arm ache, or you've got arthritis. Sometimes it can be a genetic thing. It goes in, runs in families. Different diseases run in families genetically. You have to bring that into the equation as well. But on a psychic sort of level or an emotional level, yes, it is the best thing to do is to try and process any anger, frustrations that we all experience from time to time in our lives, so that we're not compounding what may already be there or may be there genetically. We give it a fair shot to sort of not take hold of us in the way that maybe it's done for other members in the family. So it's really, really important, if you're an Aries, start to take notice of your dreams, listen to your thoughts. Don't be so me first and dogmatic that, you're so stubborn that you're getting in your own road. And I know a lot of Aries people, and they would be laughing right now when I say, you've got a flip-top head, let the anger out. Don't store it inside, and make decisions that are the right thing. Just because it might have been right a month ago, you have the right to turn around and change your mind and say, I need to make a different course now for where I need to be going. And maybe they need to clear their throat along the way and say, oh, well, that was last week's dream. Today I've got a different dream. Well, we're still on the subject of Aries. We have what's known as the North and South Node. Now, these are also not planets in the chart. The South Node is showing us where we're coming from. Now, the South Node is currently sitting in Libra, so this is where we've all come from, regardless of your sign. It's like it's asking us to balance the scales of our past. Now, sometimes our past sort of comes back to bite us again, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes we just learn from that and we grow from that, and we're sort of aspiring to move forward. So we're trying to achieve moving forward to the North Node in Aries. So again, this Aries sort of energy, it's like learn from your past, let's move forward, let's move towards the future, but let's move towards the future with a new set of eyes. That we've reevaluated everything that's going on in our lives, we've got a game plan, we know where we're going, we're not stubbornly hanging on to the past, or we're not stubbornly hanging on to what might have been a dream that's now outdated, and we now need to replace it with a new dream. Now, this applies to all the 12 signs. Obviously, of course, it's going to be affecting the fire signs and the air signs the most, but it is washing over the earth signs and the water signs. So be aware of that. There may be dreams or plans that you had worked out for this year that have gone by the wayside or been modified or changed or replaced with something else, and you think, how did that happen? Oh, well, just go with the flow. Don't sort of try and hold anything back at the moment. Just go with the flow and ask yourself, what is it that I need to do moving forward? And make sure that you're honouring yourself as well as those people that are the closest to you, that you truly care about and are important in your life. But it's a time where we all have to be a little bit self-centred and put ourselves first. Then we can put ourselves in someone else's position. Once we've started to look at that and look at what is actually sort of happening there, we can do that comfortably because we've dealt with our own emotions, our own needs first. Then I can then put myself in your shoes and help you get on your path, or we can collectively do it together. Now, Chiron will be there till the end of the year going retrograde. So, we've got a little bit of time up our sleeves, but, with the North and South nodes, they move fairly quickly. So we need to keep on top of this. We also have Pluto, the planet of transformation. And look, I know I've spoken about Pluto many, many times on this show, but Pluto's nearing the end of being in Capricorn, be there for approximately another 5 weeks. So it's interesting that we're seeing these tremendous weather events again. We're seeing governments around the world go to elections, things like that. Pluto rules transformation. It wants to sort of hit us between the eyes and say, this is the last chance you've got to try and get things right that are on an official level, a government level, that, climate change, things like that. I know we can't fix climate change in 5 minutes, but we can certainly start to acknowledge it and understand it and look at it and stop being so silly and saying, oh, well, these things just happen. Once in 100-year hurricanes that are heading towards Florida don't happen every week, but they are happening more frequently. And we need to understand this, that this is driven from the things that we're doing on the planet. And each and every one of us can contribute even just a little bit to helping with climate change. If you've got things in your life that are an official nature, now's the time to try and get them sorted out and wrapped up if you possibly can before the middle of November. That may be an impossible task, but at least if you've got the momentum going, you've commenced it, you've got a chance of it being sorted out or on the right track while Pluto is in Capricorn, before Pluto moves into Aquarius for its long journey there, because we really don't know how Pluto's going to behave in Aquarius other than it's going to be different. It's going to, Pluto's going to ask us to think outside the square. There's going to be some radical new ways of dealing with things. Well, let's get this wrapped up in Capricorn first, where we understand the energy. We've been working with it for a very long time now. So let's sort of understand it and give Pluto the final send-off in Capricorn that he deserves. So the final 2 planets that I want to talk about is Saturn and Neptune. They're both in Pisces. They will be there till also about the middle of November too. There's going to be a really big planetary shift of energy come, that 3rd week in November. And, with it being in Pisces, yes, it's affecting the water signs, which is Scorpio, Cancer, and the opposite sign of Virgo. But it's asking us to be disciplined in the areas for every sign for our creative thinking, for things that we want to bring into our lives, the projects that we've been working on. Give it one final push. You know, if you've been really struggling to get the momentum up, now's the time. Give it a final push. Get it across the line. If you haven't started yet, then get up off the couch and make it happen, because we don't want to waste these wonderful energies where we've got the power of the discipline there in the creative sector, and we also have, you know, very strong creativity. In 5 weeks' time, that'll all disappear and move into another energy, and we won't see that for a long time. So let's use the creativity that we can now. We're going to take our first caller, which is Kay in Houston in Texas. Are you there, Kay? Hello, Kay.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a question I can answer for you, please, Kay?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Kay?
Well, I'm just kind of wondering about my financial situation and living situation. How that's going to go in the near future.
Okay, I mean, that's a very important question, Kay, and a lot of people are asking that at the moment because everything's sort of so expensive, isn't it, and seemingly going out of control. But taking it back to you personally, Kay, what they're showing me is this year has been a little bit of a stop-start year. You know, you get a bit of traction and then you fall back again and then we get it going again and then we sort of, it isn't as if we've had a clear run to be able to say, yes, right, I feel now I'm getting traction and I'm moving forward consistently. Look, I think what you need to do is accept that that's probably the way the rest of this year will be. When we get into 2025, things become a lot clearer. Now, look, I'm not saying that you've done the wrong thing or you haven't done the right thing. I believe you have done the right thing. But what I'm saying to you is that I think by these, 3 steps forward, 2 back, 2 forward, 1 back, it's been an opportunity, I think, for you to keep reassessing as you've gone along. Making sure that, you're stretching your money as far as you can. Is there anything else that I can do to save money, do it differently, whatever? So you've sort of got that sort of, to me, almost as perfect as it possibly can be. We've now just got to keep putting it into practice. And it's hard because, we're coming up to the expensive time of the year. But I know that you're doing well. And I'm also going to say to you, 2025 is going to see an easing of a lot of things. It's sort of like, not so much as there extra money coming in, but maybe there's some things coming to a close that we can put some of that money onto something else that you really sort of start to feel as if you're making traction again. It's interesting, though, they were showing me an opportunity here to earn some extra money. So is there something else that you've been toying with, maybe doing after hours that could bring in a few extra dollars?
Yes, like a secondary job.
Yeah, like a secondary job or a side hustle, or as people call it these days. But there's an opportunity there for you to make money in something that I think gives you pleasure. It's sort of like, it's not like a chore. Sometimes our day job is like a chore because we've got to go to work to pay the bills, to keep the food on the table and keep everything running. Where sometimes, our passion projects that we do because we love them, and yes, it's great to get paid to do it, but it's sort of like it makes your heart feel full at the same time. It's not just the money. So whatever that is, I'd like to see you sort of try and bring that forward because I feel that will help with the financial situation. But certainly 2025 is going to be a much easier year for you, Kay, in the financial department, and you're feeling back in control again, which is good. So I hope that's helped you. We're going to talk with Doug now in Wildwood, Alberta in Canada. What a nice sounding place. Doug, how are you?
Hello. Hi. Doing good. Thank you.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Doug?
Well, I'm taking my hobby to a career level, and I was wondering if it was wasting my time or just keep it as a hobby.
I don't think you're wasting your time at all. The first thing that they showed me was that this has been something that you've struggled with for quite some time before you've sort of even come to this point where you think you can make a decision about it. I think it's an amazing opportunity to take your hobby into a business. The thing is, do you think you can generate enough income quickly enough? That's my concern. Is there a way that we can still keep the day job but kick off the business at the same time and let it sort of get some traction and build up and then, maybe the middle of next year, give up the day job and just focus completely on the business? Is that possible?
Well, my day job is I got multiple sclerosis and I don't work anymore. So anything I do over and above that is going to be, if I try and get at it. But I live alone and just wondering what the future for that career is, if it is even worth selling art.
Oh, I think it's very much worth doing it. I mean, I'm terribly sorry to hear you've got multiple sclerosis. I have a number of friends that have it, and I know how debilitating that illness is. And, nothing's predictable, is it? You can go to bed feeling okay, and tomorrow you're having a really rotten day. And, you've got to learn to adjust to that. But if you can find a creative outlet that on the days when you're, feeling reasonably normal or, having a good day for you, and you can express that, I think that's an amazing thing. I'd be sort of looking at trying to find some ways of selling that art that you're doing. Are you able to sort of create a website or something like that where you might be able to sell it, or, get somebody to help you sort of find an outlet for it? Because I really feel that you've got a lot to say in your art. It's not just painting a picture. There's a hidden message in everything that you do. You're sort of channeling this amazing energy from within. And I think it should be shared. And I also sort of would like to see, and this might be taking it a little bit further than what you're thinking, but I'd like to see somebody help you film some of your techniques as sort of something that might be able to be used as inspiration for other people with illnesses, that, just because you've been given an illness, you can create something wonderful out of that too, that, your life's changing for a reason. And, give people some inspiration, some hope that, they can do something too that they might be passionate about. And they might not want to pick up a paintbrush, but, just sometimes that motivation of seeing somebody that talks about it in a very raw and honest way and, sort of says, someday I get out of bed and I can't hold the paintbrush because my hands twitch too much or whatever. You're sharing part of you with them, but you're also sharing with them the inspiration that, just because we've been dealt a bag of lemons, we can make lemonade out of it. We can make something really powerful and beautiful. Your art, to me, from what they showed me psychically, was very powerful. It was sort of, there was a lot of love in it. There was a lot of passion in it. And each time somebody looks at a painting of yours, they get a different message. It's almost like it's giving them an answer to a question. And that's really powerful stuff. I can't paint to save my life. So, I take my hat off to anybody that can be that creative and can put that power into a picture that so many people can see something or get a different message out of. I really wish you well with this, Doug. I know that this is not just going to feed your soul and give you a little bit of extra income. It's going to be something that's going to be very rewarding for you and make you feel like, this is what I should have probably done a long time ago, but you never had the opportunity to do.
Yeah, I never took the time.
No, but you've got time now, haven't you?
Yeah, I got lots of time.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, your life changed for a reason.
Pardon me?
So let's activate on that, let's capture that and utilise your time when you feel creative to do something, I just feel that there's so many different directions this could take, but we need to just start. Just do what feels naturally and don't try and force anything. If nothing's coming, then leave it alone. If something comes at 2:00 in the morning and you feel you want to get up and do it, then do it. I just feel you've got to listen to your own creative energy, Doug.
Yeah, right.
But I also sort of felt you were going to get some messages at the same time as you paint, things running through your mind. And can I suggest, you mightn't want to stop and write it down, but you might have your cell phone or something next to you that you can just hit a record button and just voice it onto the phone, that you can go back to it later. Because I think there's some powerful messages that will come through as you're painting. And some of them might be for you, but some of them may be connected with the actual piece of art that you're working on that, you might want to incorporate with it or something. I just feel there's more than just the beautiful painting when it's finished. There's sort of like there's two layers to this. There's the art and then there's the message.
Yeah, right. That's
and I think about. I feel you know what I'm talking about, Doug, that, you know, the strong messages that you get.
Yeah, for sure. I know it's exactly what you're talking about.
Good. Okay. Well, that's good because, I mean, look, I'm sorry that you've got multiple sclerosis. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But maybe, just maybe, from a soul point of view, this was meant to be because it's freeing you up to fulfill the creative side of you that probably would never have had a chance until you retired, and then you probably thought, well, I'm too old and too crotchety now to worry about it. But this has given you that opportunity to explore this in a way where you don't feel guilty about it. You know, like you've got plenty of time on your hands now due to the illness. So why not capitalize on this? You know, look at it as this is a golden opportunity for you to really, you know, power on. And I think it's really beautiful. Some of the messages that you're going to get are just beyond love stories. They're just beautiful pieces of, I don't even know that I put the word poetry. It's inspiration. The words are very powerful, and you're going to touch people's hearts with not just the beautiful pictures, but the words that accompany it. And it's like, wow, you know, it's like you've given them more than they could pay for in dollars and money. You've given them something that's really touched their soul as well. So I really wish you well with this, Doug. I think you're going to do extremely well with what's happening there. And I can eventually see you being asked to sort of exhibit stuff in a big sort of show. And it's sort of, you know, they will help you, you know, get the paintings there and set it all up and do all those sort of things for you. And it's just, it's an amazing opportunity. There's lots of wonderful things to come your way, Doug. So unfortunately, Doug, that's where we've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. It's always interesting when people sort of look at their lives and look at why things happen in your lives, whether it's an illness or, you know, your life takes a different direction for whatever reason. And there's always a reason to it. Sometimes we don't understand what that reason is, but in time we see that it opens doors up, like Doug, to be able to have the time to be able to paint and to follow his passion that he wouldn't have been able to do if he continued in his day job. This week I want to leave you with a very, very, very powerful song. It's a song that, you know, dates back to quite a few years ago now, and there was two amazing women that sung this song. My preference is this particular version of the song, and I think it speaks very well to the things that keep the world going around, and that's love. I mean, I know people say money makes the world go round. In my opinion, it's love. If you've got love and you've got your health, you can always sort of juggle the finances around and stretch it some way or another that you can survive. But without love and without your health, you absolutely have nothing. So this week I want to leave you with the most beautiful love song, in my opinion, that's ever been written, and it's called The Power of Love. And the version that I particularly like is Celine Dion. So until next week, enjoy the power of love wherever you are.